that this was a reckless, cowardly act of violence that has taken 2 lives and altered many, many more. And as I said earlier, we will find those who are responsible, and we will not stop until we do so.
This morning, the search is on for suspects involved in the mass shooting out of South Baltimore. We hear from city and state leaders as residents demand change.
And we're weather alert today, tracking the potential for some more strong storms in the afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good early morning to you. It is Monday, July 3rd, a day ahead of your 4th of July holiday. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. It was muggy out there, but the full moon was gorgeous.
Yeah, the super moon actually is up there, if you can see it with some of those clouds out there. But our weather alert day is for the strong storms that we're tracking later this afternoon into the evening time. We're talking the potential for some damaging wind and hail. The timing after about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. We do have that slight risk for severe weather for pretty much most of the entire area. That is a level 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
We want this shooting to be treated just as it happened in rural America. We want everyone to come forward and say, treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis and our continued coverage of the mass shooting that rocked the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood for over the weekend. Now, this morning, the search is continuing for the suspects after 30 people were shot, 2 of them killed. The 30 victims range in age from 13 to 32 years old. 14 of them are juveniles under the age of 18. The 2 people killed are 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbian. Now, those 9 victims are still in the hospital. Police believe at least 2 people opened fire at this party. They haven't released any information about possible suspects. Anyone who has information about this or
from some of the rain that we had yesterday, and you can see a few of those light showers in western Maryland, a couple of lightning strikes to the south and to the north of us, but again, everything is pretty quiet right now. More of that activity after we get the daytime heating later today. Now, this is what I talked about earlier. The Storm Prediction Center has most of us under that slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5, and that's the entire viewing area here. You can see the marginal risk for Frederick and areas in western Maryland, but when you zoom out, you can see just how many of us up and down the East Coast are under that slight risk. The entire state of Delaware, all the way out toward the eastern shore, southern Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and even down through parts of Virginia as well. Richmond down through Virginia Beach under that slight risk for severe weather. So millions of people dealing with that potential for those storms later today. You can see those numbers staying in the 70s this morning, climbing to the 80s and even those lower 90s as we head toward the afternoon. So again, we're going to be heating up again today. We'll take a look at what we can expect for the rest of today as well as your 4th of July forecast coming up.
Still ahead on the early edition, recreational pot officially legal in the state. The changes you need to be aware of. Plus, tomorrow is the 4th of July, and those celebrations will be in full swing across the country. And here in Baltimore, we have a lineup of events you can get involved in. Stick with us here at Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Happening today, incoming Baltimore County Public School Superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarborough is going to hold a news conference to discuss the priorities for the 2023-2024 school year. Yarborough was officially appointed last month, taking on the role following the departure of former Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams. He served one 4-year contract. Yarborough previously served 2 years as deputy superintendent, and today she'll be joined by the chair of the Board of Education of Baltimore County, Jane Lipcher. Still ahead on the early edition, our extensive coverage of this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore continues. Why some leaders are pointing to failures during this year's legislative session. Plus, recreational pot is legal in Maryland. We're going to take a look at what you can and cannot have. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the Supreme Court rules against affirmative action for college admissions. Our Washington insider joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Continuing coverage this morning, recreational marijuana is now legal in Maryland. And cannabis shops saw long lines on the first day of legalization, which was Saturday. Now, the law allows users to have 1.5 ounces of weed, but more than that is not allowed. Plus, some people convicted of simple possession can now get those charges cleared from their records.
This is a simple petition process where you can file directly with the court to have this case removed. Normally, there was a 3-year waiting period, but that's no longer the case for marijuana possession charges.
If you have a charge for simple possession, you can reach out to the Public Defender's Office or Maryland Legal Aid for help to get it off your record. Another key aspect of legal weed in Maryland, how it will be taxed. Lawmakers needed to find a middle ground where they could generate enough revenue but not turn people away from buying legally, as nearby states also move towards legalization. Ultimately, lawmakers set a 9% sales tax on cannabis products, which is the same as alcohol. However, medical marijuana exempt from that tax. You can find everything you need to know about the recreational marijuana laws on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com. Well, tomorrow's Independence Day, the Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, BSO, and Waterfront Partnership all teaming up to host a 4th of July celebration. It includes a picnic at the West Shore. That starts at 3 o'clock. And then a BSO concert at Harbor Palace Amphitheater at 8:30. The fireworks are going to go off at 9:15. All right, we're on weather alert mode this morning with some thunderstorms in our forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at when we can expect to see those storms roll on in.
Yeah, Taylor, we're looking at the afternoon, and that's where we're going to see the better chance of those strong to severe thunderstorms, similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon. We got a very summer-like weather pattern setting up here, where you get the daytime heating, you get some of those strong storms to develop as we get later into the day, and the damaging wind and the hail, the biggest threats. Tornadoes are not off the table for today. We do have that threat as we get that very strong and kind of unstable atmosphere with some of those storms setting up as we head later into the afternoon. Everything is very quiet right now as we look out over the inner harbor. Clouds are hanging around and temperatures are also kind of warm, mid-70s right now in terms of your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Notice the dew point at 72 degrees. So dew points in the 70s typically mean we've got one of those days where we'll have the kind of gross conditions on your muggy meter. That increasing humidity with the temperatures that will rise helps to get us those thunderstorms, or at least the recipe for those thunderstorms. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. Notice we've got another day where we have a slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. And millions of people up and down the 95 corridor out toward the eastern shore under that yellow, or that level 2 out of 5 for that threat for severe weather from the SPC. What we have here, these little yellow dashes there, that's a trough of low pressure essentially setting up. And we've got the cold front that is well to the west of us. And that's cold front's going to be pushing closer as we head later into the afternoon today. So let's show you what's going on our hourly future scan. Overall, we're going to stay dry today. Right 9, 10 o'clock this morning, may see a couple of pop-up showers. I'm not talking about storms in the morning time. As we head later into the afternoon, you'll get those temperatures to really start heating the ground up. And right about 2, 3 o'clock is when some of those storms will start to develop. Frederick down through Gaithersburg, moving into the Baltimore region in that 4 o'clock hour. Some of the models want to keep everything to the south of Baltimore, down through Laurel and Annapolis. So Anne Arundel County out toward the eastern shore, more impacted than areas to the north. But again, this is just one model. As you know, when you have the daytime thunderstorms, they can pop up pretty much anywhere. But overall, seeing those showers and storms in that 4, 5, and 6 o'clock hour. By about 7, 8 o'clock, as we typically see those storms start to die down, and we have a nicer evening ahead. But the severe weather threats, the biggest thing is going to be those damaging wind gusts and some hail as well, even with that heavy rain. Low-end threat for or tornado, a brief spin-up tornado, but it doesn't look very favorable for anything majorly widespread for today. Our temperatures today will be in the upper 80s and lower 90s, so definitely warmer conditions today than what we saw yesterday. And the average this time of year is 89, so those numbers are going to be above average. A lot of us in the lower 90s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. this afternoon. Mid-80s if you're heading down the ocean today, even mid-90s in Richmond. So again, those temperatures continuing to climb as we head later into the day today. Now, a good thing to do is make sure to download that FOX45 mobile weather app. You just search WBFF in the App Store or get it at foxbaltimore.com. That way you get those push alerts actually sent to your phone so you can track those storms that are happening and rolling into your neighborhood, so you make sure to get into that safe place. So here's that 7-day forecast. Again, weather alert day today. Check those 90s out. Nice string of 90-degree temperatures all the way through the rest of this week. For the 4th, it does look like things will be okay tomorrow. Even if we get a pop-up thunderstorm on Tuesday afternoon, we're looking good by the time we head into Tuesday night for those fireworks celebrations. And Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, well, more of the same. The heat and humidity kind of hanging around with another round of showers and storms developing for this weekend. Taylor?
Alrighty, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. This live camera in Towson. Not a lot of cars out there right now, nothing to report, but we'll keep you updated throughout the morning. How about a check-in with mass transit? Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 401 and Penn Train 505 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way, looking good in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link chiming in on time for service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Was the federal investigation into Hunter Biden mishandled? I'm Christine Frizzell with the latest accusations and the pushback.
Plus, we continue coverage of the mass shooting in Brooklyn homes over the weekend. The latest reaction from state leaders as residents demand change. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing now, new fallout from the federal investigation into Hunter Biden. Now, House Republicans argue the initial probe was flawed as they pursue their own investigation into the Biden family business dealings. National correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us the latest.
It's been just about 2 weeks since Hunter Biden reached a deal to plead guilty to 2 tax crimes, plus the admission of a gun charge. A culmination to a years-long federal investigation some involved say was mishandled.
There were certain investigative steps that we weren't allowed to take that could have led us to President Biden.
And you wanted to take them?
We needed to take them.
And you weren't allowed to take them?
That's correct.
Gary Shapley, the IRS agent who once oversaw the investigation, alleging Hunter Biden tried to use his father as leverage to pressure a Chinese company into paying him, citing a 2017 WhatsApp message from Hunter Biden to Chinese executive Henry Zhao, an alleged screenshot posted by House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith. Quote, "I am sitting here with my father and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled." The authenticity of the message now being challenged. This photo taken at the White House Easter egg roll in 2022, despite the purported message being from 2017. And the ellipses seen here, not a function in WhatsApp, as laid out in a letter from Hunter Biden's attorney, Abby Lowell.
The president last week also denying any involvement.
President Biden, how involved were you in your son's Chinese shakedown text message? Were you sitting there? Were you involved?
No, I wasn't, and I don't know.
Were you?
No.
But former business partner to Hunter Biden, Tony Bobulinski, reportedly offered to testify to a Delaware grand jury, but never heard back. He detailed his experience back in 2020.
I have firsthand knowledge about this because I directly dealt with the Biden family, including Joe Biden.
More evidence, say Republicans, that the federal probe, led by Trump-appointed attorney David Weiss, was flawed.
We have a situation here where our federal government has been involved in a cover-up. It's generated by the Department of Justice, and it continues with this Hunter Biden plea deal.
That plea deal, reached last month, likely means Hunter Biden will avoid any jail time, but it still needs to be accepted by a federal judge. A hearing on that matter is scheduled for later this month. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Making headlines this morning, former Vice President Mike Pence blaming the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan on President Biden. He says the deaths of 13 American service members at the Kabul airport fall squarely on the commander-in-chief. Now, those remarks follow a report from the State Department that found both the Trump and Biden administrations at fault, saying it was Trump's plan, but Biden ultimately executed. But while on CBS yesterday, Pence said they would have handled it differently.
I promise you that while it was the intention of the president, the former president, to pull our troops out, when the Taliban broke the deal and moved into Mazar al-Sharif, and Joe Biden did nothing, that set into motion the catastrophe that became Afghanistan.
In 2021, the Trump administration made a deal with the Taliban to pull American forces out of Afghanistan, but Pence says he would have kept them stationed there. In your consumer news this morning, Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is voicing concerns with President Biden's new student loan debt forgiveness plan. After the Supreme Court tossed out his original proposal, Biden announced new actions grounded in the Higher Education Act. The plan also includes a 12-month grace period that removes the threat of default for those who can't pay their bills. But AOC warns it won't be much help unless interest rates are suspended as well.
There are millions of people in this country that have student loan debt under loan debt amounts under $10,000 or $20,000 as outlined in the plan. People should not be incurring interest during this 12-month on-ramp period.
The Higher Education Act is decades old, and it allows the Secretary of Education to waive federal student loans under limited circumstances.
30 people are shot in a mass shooting in South Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, we're live with a manhunt now underway for the suspects.
Plus, as the Brooklyn Homes community deals with the aftermath of that shooting, many are now pointing to what could have prevented the bloodshed. A look at the most recent legislative session and the calls to Governor Moore to hold an emergency session.
Weather alert today, tracking the potential for more of those strong storms as we head toward the afternoon. We'll have your full forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 4:59 on this Monday, July 3rd. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. We had some thunderstorms yesterday, but today we're looking at even more.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We're talking about the strong to severe thunderstorms as we head later into the afternoon and evening time. Everything nice and quiet now as we're getting up on your Monday, but Monday afternoon we're going to be heating up, and then more of those storms develop. Could bring with it some damaging wind gusts, some hail, even a low-end threat for a tornado as well. That timing after about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour for tonight. More on your weather alert day. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
This tragic incident is another glaring, unfortunate example of the deep issues of violence in Baltimore and Maryland and this country, and particularly gun violence and the access to illegal guns.
Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the families, friends, this community, and our city as a whole.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Police currently searching for the suspect who shot 30 people in South Baltimore over the weekend, leaving 2 dead.
Now, the shooting happened at a block party at the Brooklyn Homes community.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from police headquarters to break down the case and the ongoing manhunt. Shannon.
Well, as of this morning, Tom, that manhunt is still underway. Police telling us they believe there are at least 2 suspects and possibly even more in this shooting. So, of course, here at police headquarters, they have their work cut out for them this morning, not only searching for those suspects, but also a motive and whether or not this shooting was random or targeted. What we are learning now, though, more about the victims. Take a look right here at your screen. On the left, that's 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi, and on the right, 18-year-old Alaya Gonzalez. Both were killed in this mass shooting in South Baltimore's Brooklyn section Sunday morning. Metro Crime Stoppers are now offering an $8,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest. The other victims injured range in ages from 13 to 32. We're talking mostly teenagers who were shot here, 14 minors total. 9 victims are still in the hospital, with a couple in critical condition, according to Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley. And this barrage of gunfire erupted during a block party early Sunday morning. If you look at this, you can see the video that's circling on social media showing a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack.
I've seen the video. Anyone who has a gun it's in that area is a potential suspect.
We're not going to be dismayed by cowards that committed this mass shooting, and we're going to continue to remove those folks off the street. And as I said earlier, I hope these folks don't sleep well, because we're not going to sleep until we pull them off.
The mayor and acting police commissioner making those comments in yesterday evening's press conference. And they are also urging the public, if you have any information, they want you to come forward. They want you to give them a call or call the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Now, as we mentioned, 14 minors were hurt during this shooting. Now, many are raising questions about Mayor Brandon Scott's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that he put in place.
And you show me where the curfew's working at. Because I can tell you, as an EMT out here in Baltimore, I pick up more juveniles than I do adults. So don't let Brandon Scott fool you.
Well, Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Scott on his summer crime plan and whether or not he says it is working. He insists it is, and mass shootings like this are a societal issue.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Now, Governor Westmore released a statement on the shooting, saying his heart breaks for the victims, their families, and the Baltimore community. He goes on to say, we as a state will continue to do everything we can to prevent senseless acts of violence like the one we saw last night. The governor was not at yesterday's news conference, nor was anyone from his office. Our crews reached out to the governor's office asking why he wasn't in Baltimore yesterday and when we can expect him to be in the city to address this incident. We've not yet heard back. It is important to note, though, the governor was part of a news conference in Annapolis last month, one day after 6 people were shot there.
And again, while Governor Moore was not there at the news conference, Senate President Bill Ferguson was, saying the shooting happened in his district. He apologized to the victims and the community, saying state lawmakers have done all they can to stop the violence.
We've done what we could at the state level to try and find ways for it to be harder to get guns into people's hands. But this is the problem with too many guns in too many hands of people that make life and death decisions. It is not okay. Something has to give.
Now, the Senate president saying lawmakers did what they could to find ways to make it harder for people to get guns. But during the last session, lawmakers only passed one law dealing with gun offenders. Several other bills, including Repeat Violent Offender Act, never made it past committee. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dans pressing Ferguson on that.
We have a lot of laws on the books. We have a lot of places where somebody, if they're arrested, will be held accountable. From what I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
Now, Olivia also pressed the Senate president on whether now is the time to call a special session to address the crime. He did not give a straight answer.
What about an emergency session with the governor? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's still too early to know what exactly the circumstances are. What I know is that there were too many guns that were too accessible that led to 28, now 30 people having been shot. We have to figure out what the facts are.
Devani Patterson, spokesperson for the community advocacy group Peace, says that the fifth and largest mass shooting in Baltimore this year is reason enough for Governor Westmore to call a special session to address the crime and gun violence in Baltimore City.
If we look at the bills that were passed, nothing really addressed, the criminal element, right? People are doing this because they know they can.
Earlier this year, we asked you if you think lawmakers should call a special session to tackle the crime crisis. At that point in time, 95% of voters said yes. Well, now we're asking again. Do you think Governor Moore should call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 97% of voters have said yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Fox 45 News, the first on the scene and online. Our team of reporters, including Rebecca Pryor, Vincent Hill, worked through the night to bring you the latest on this breaking news. Fox 45 will continue to stay on top of this developing story and bring you any updates both on air and online. You can find all of our original reporting right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 5:06, as we said earlier, we are weather alert this morning as we could see storms moving through the area this afternoon.
Let's get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast and how it could impact your fourth.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And that's what we saw yesterday with the weather alert day. Those stronger storms that moved through later into the afternoon dumped a good deal of rain for a lot of us, brought some of the damaging wind. Didn't see really any reports of hail, but we definitely saw some of the wind reports. Now, as for today, we're going to see things start up again after about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, tracking those strong storms with the damaging wind and that hail threat as well on your weather alert day. And everything obviously quiet right now here in the 5 o'clock hour on our HD radar. Not much to get in our way. A couple of light showers in parts of western Maryland. Heat is starting to crank up in parts of Virginia and down through southern Virginia. Those orange areas in the bottom of your screen, those are heat advisories for Virginia Beach and other areas down toward the Carolinas. So it is going to be a hot and muggy week here ahead. And with that and with the fact that we've got some moisture to play with this afternoon, that's why we have that slight risk for severe weather. All of us here in the yellow, which is pretty much the entire viewing area, under that level 2 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. And you can see the yellow extends all the way out toward the eastern shore, the entire state of Delaware, parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, down through Virginia. So most of the mid-Atlantic and the East Coast getting set for another day where we could see those strong to severe thunderstorms for the afternoon. If you do want to get out for a run or a jog, just know it is already muggy and mild. We're talking about numbers this morning staying in the mid-70s. So yes, you can enjoy it, but definitely want to get out before those storms roll in later this afternoon. Typically this time of year, we're in the upper 80s, early July, but we're going to see a lot of lower 90s for the afternoon for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down through Baltimore City, over to Stevensville at 90, 90 in Chestertown, 91 in Columbia, and 92 in Laurel. So next couple of days, here we go. We're getting closer to the 4th. We'll see those numbers basically stay in the lower 90s as well, with another isolated chance for some storms tomorrow afternoon. We'll talk about how it could impact your fourth plans coming up in a few.
Still ahead on the early edition, major agreement to avoid a national strike. The new terms UPS is offering their employees.
Plus, a new study finding a certain medication could lower your chance of getting COVID-19. The connection between the virus and an antidepressant. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. All right, happening today, incoming Baltimore County Schools Superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarbrough will hold her first press conference to discuss the priorities for the 2023-2024 school year.
Yarbrough was officially appointed last month, taking on the role following the departure of former Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams, who served one 4-year contract. Dr. Yarbrough previously served 2 years as Deputy Superintendent. Today, she will be joined by the Chair of the Board of Education of Baltimore County, Jane Lichter.
Still ahead this morning, a community reeling from a mass shooting in Baltimore. Reaction from local and state leaders.
Plus, quiet quitting could become a thing of the past. Why employees are hunkering down with their current employers. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .14 and topping your consumer news this Monday morning, a survey shows rising expenses are sinking Americans' financial well-being and their ability to cover emergencies. Survey from Lending Club Corporation says Americans are losing ground as expenses continue to climb. That's affecting savings, ability to withstand a theoretical $400 emergency. Lending Club says the $400 emergency benchmark measured by the Federal Reserve since 2013 is outdated and does not reflect experiences. Lending Club says the average emergency expense is actually $1,700.
Well, meanwhile, the American workplace is seeing a transition from workers moving away from quiet quitting, what's being called now the big stay. This is according to CEO networking group Vistage Worldwide. The company found that employees are now more likely to hunker down and commit themselves to their current job rather than doing the bare minimum while searching for other opportunities. Employment experts say current economic conditions are coming into play. Fewer workers have been leaving their positions, which means there are fewer job openings, and concerns about a possible recession have left workers more willing to keep the jobs they have.
Workers for a major delivery service get a New Deal offer that may help avert a strike. United Parcel Service, or UPS, has reached a tentative deal with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. New Deal includes ending a two-tier wage system for delivery drivers in the next contract, establishing Martin Luther King Day as a full holiday, and ending drivers taking forced overtime on days off. Tentative deal lowers the risk of nationwide strike. Teamsters represent more than 340,000 UPS workers. Current contract expires July 31st.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with another update here on our weather alert day.
Hot and muggy this week, but within a couple of months, we'll be drinking pumpkin spice lattes. So
we're not doing this today.
Just letting you know.
No, don't
I'm just
rush
letting you know.
us.
It's summertime.
It just started.
Yeah, I know it did. Yeah, we had some storms yesterday that definitely brought some of the heavy rain and some of the damaging wind as well. Tracking another round of those strong storms as we head later into this afternoon. After about 2 o'clock today is when things will start to get going. Right now, looking out over the Inner Harbor, it's too bad that we had some of that cloud cover out there because that super moon is pretty large right now as it's getting ready to set in the west. But we've got some clouds that are hanging out over the Inner Harbor and our temperature at 75 degrees. That is warm, no wind to speak of, and check that dew point at 73 degrees. So when you get dew points in the 70s, it gets that gross and kind of muggy feeling out there. That muggy meter continuing to see those dew point trends in the 70s this week. So it kind of stays right in the edge of that uncomfortable to miserable category here over the rest of this week and as we head toward this upcoming weekend. So first week of July, it's typically what we see, and this is what we're seeing with the chance for storms as well. All of us under that yellow, which is a slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5, which continues up and down the East Coast, not only for us here at home, but out toward the Eastern Shore, our friends in Philadelphia, areas in southern New Jersey and Pennsylvania, the entire state of Delaware, and down through parts of Virginia as well under that slight risk. Now, here's why. You can see our HD radar pretty quiet right now. There's nothing really firing up, but we have this cold front that is going to be moving in from the west as we head into the afternoon and evening. We'll get those temperatures to really heat up, and that's going to cook things up in the atmosphere and get those showers starting. Now, this is about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. Could see a couple of stray showers for Frederick up toward Westminster, parts of Baltimore, but through about 2 p.m. we're dry. After about 3 o'clock is when things will start to fire again. And notice on this weather model into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, the strongest storm stays south of Baltimore City, down through Laurel and Annapolis, over towards Stevensville, right across the Bay Bridge in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour this evening. By about 7 to 8 o'clock, most of those showers and storms are going to be moving off toward the east. Now, the biggest issue we'll have to deal with is going to be the damaging wind and the hail, heavy rain at times, and there is a low-end threat for a tornado. It is not a zero threat, so don't be surprised if you get a pop-up tornado warning. More than likely, they'll just be severe thunderstorms for the afternoon. It's going to be warm or even hot later today with upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. We're going to see those lower 90s continue for a lot of you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well. The Eastern Shore seeing those 90s continuing. This is a look at our temperature tracker. We talked about the dew point tracker, so we get those temps in the 90s, dew points in the 70s, and yeah, it's going to be kind of a hot and muggy week. As we head toward the end of the week, we'll see a little bit of relief with those numbers coming back down to the 80s as we head toward the weekend. Now, our weather alert day is today. For tomorrow, we still do have an isolated chance of a thunderstorm by tomorrow afternoon for the 4th, but it looks like tomorrow night is going to be just fine for any of those fireworks celebrations. Even if anything is going on tonight, we should be good, as most of those storms will be done by the time we get to about 6 p.m. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we stay dry, even though we're sticky, but we're not talking about the thunderstorm and then chances, and then those do pick up as we head into this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
All right, well, after those storms yesterday, many of you were sending us beautiful pictures like these. The beautiful rainbow in Joppatown right here in Baltimore. Thanks for Josh and Yalela for sending these pictures in. And if you see more sites like this today, we want to see them, or any storm. We want to see it. Scan that QR code on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Well, now we want to get a check for your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and looking right here over Loch Raven Boulevard in the inner and outer loops, everybody's moving along just fine. No major issues to report on any of the roadways around Baltimore, even Washington, D.C. area without incident. Knock on wood. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Camden 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end to end, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. In observance of the Independence Day holiday, MTA Bus, Metro Subway Link, Light Rail Link will operate on Sunday holiday schedules, with Light Rail Link operating an hour after the downtown fireworks display on the 4th. Mark Train will operate on a Saturday schedule on the Penn line, but no Camden line or Brunswick line service on the 4th. There will be no MTA commuter bus service on the 4th, except for the 201, which will operate on a weekend holiday schedule, and Mobility Paratransit will operate on a holiday schedule tomorrow with all standing rides canceled. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you for those holiday updates, Mark.
Breakthrough research looking at COVID-19 and what happens if you take antidepressants. I'm Liz Bonus. We share it just ahead.
Plus, our extensive coverage of this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore continues. Why some leaders are pointing to failures during this year's legislative session. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.524 and on the path forward, a common medication now linked to lowering COVID infection rates.
That's right. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why.
Hey there, everybody. As researchers continue looking at new ways to reduce risk for infection from COVID-19, a surprising finding today. You might be better protected, it appears, against getting this virus if you take certain medications to fight depression. Those medications are called selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs. Traditionally, they're used to boost serotonin in the brain to help improve mood. But Dr. Justin Cole, the chair of a pharmacy practice at Ohio's Cedarville University, told me in COVID-19, these medications appear to have what's called some off-target effects.
And the thought is that these SSRIs that have that effect might also decrease the amount of inflammatory response that our body has to an illness like COVID-19.
Researchers in this study in BMC Medicine studied more than 5,000 mental health patients admitted to the hospital for mental health care early on in the pandemic. Researchers found that patients were about half as likely to test positive for COVID-19 if taking the SSRI medications compared to those who were not. What we don't know, however, is if the difference comes from the medications working in the brain or in the lifestyle habits of those who are less depressed that tend to help immunity and keep you well.
It may not be a biological association, but a behavioral association. And what we might be seeing from this study is simply that those people who were on an SSRI or another antidepressant at the time might have been more likely to comply with staying at home and away from social situations, which would decrease their exposure. They may also have been more likely to comply with masking or other things.
The goal now is to see if these results translate to a larger population and might help fight other illnesses that could impact the brain, including Alzheimer's disease. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Still ahead on the early edition, we are weather alert as we can see severe thunderstorms this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the timeline for us.
Continuing our coverage into that mass shooting in South Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, the concerns this is bringing up in terms of how leaders are handling crime in the city. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Monday morning to you on this weather alert day. It is July 3rd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Similar to what we had yesterday, pop-up showers and storms keeping us weather alert.
But I think this afternoon, let's go ahead and check with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast. Right now, the moon outside is gorgeous.
Yeah, full supermoon is getting ready to set right now. Hopefully we'll be able to see it more tomorrow morning as it's going to be very large in the sky. And tracking out strong storms for that damaging wind gusts and the hail, that's what we're talking about for later this afternoon, starting about 2, 3 o'clock. So overall, the first part of the day is dry with no issues, but we're going to be heating up. We're already seeing temperatures right now that are in the low to mid 70s. Cockeysville, Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 75. We're at 74 in Dundalk, mid 70s in Brooklyn Park, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and 75 in Woodlawn. So as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, keeping those numbers mainly in the mid to upper 70s. And you can see overall our high temps today are going to be in the lower 90s. Those snowballs are going to melt quickly today. We'll keep those 90s going into Tuesday and Wednesday. So again, this is our first week of July, and on cue, we're seeing the hot and muggy conditions ahead.
want this shooting to be treated just as it happened in rural America. We want everyone to come forward and say, treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event.
I came here in 1992, and it's too much. It's too much.
This community has been hurting for a long time, a long time.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, our ongoing coverage of this weekend's mass shooting at South Baltimore's Brooklyn homes.
This is what we know right now. The 30 victims range in age from 13 to 32 years old. 14 of them are minors under the age of 18. The two people killed are 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagmian. 9 victims are still in the hospital this morning. Police believe at least 2 people opened fire at this party. They haven't released any information about the possible suspects. Authorities, however, are asking anyone with video or information about the shooting to give them a call. Metro Crime Stoppers is offering an $8,000 reward.
Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott and other leaders for answers.
That's right. Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with the latest ongoing search for the shooters. Shannon.
Well, as of this morning, Taylor, that manhunt is still underway right now. Police telling us they believe there are at least 2 suspects, possibly even more in this case. But we want to get you straight to this video that is right now circling social media. And in it there, you can see a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack. Well, Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley says he has seen the video and anyone in the area with a gun is a potential suspect. But the video and the number of minors hurt during this mass shooting has many questioning the mayor's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that he put in place. Keep in mind that the shooting happened around 12:30 a.m., which is well into curfew hours. The mayor, though, insisting mass shootings like these are less about the plan in place and more of a societal issue, especially with access to illegal guns.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
And again, police are asking for anyone with information to come forward or call the Metro Crime Stoppers.
Shannon, the Brooklyn Day is a massive friendly block party held every year. The trauma bus we saw was soon there after this shooting, but how are Brooklyn community's residents responding?
Well, certainly, Tom, it's been a horrific experience for many of them. We had reporters out on scene following this shooting. They tell us that they spoke with people who say they dropped everything and ran. Some say they are traumatized by what they saw and will forever be traumatized by what they saw. We also spoke with residents and people in the area several hours later, so let's take a listen to what they had to say then.
We're hurting him. We got to make some kind of change. Babies are dying. My heart cries out to mothers, whether I know them or not. They're my children, too.
I feel for everybody in this community because I just cannot imagine the people that were in their house and hearing that, kids. Oh my God, what can we say to these little kids?
Well, the agency MONSE has set up in that area, the Brooklyn neighborhood, where they will be offering healing resources there for the next several weeks, we're told. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, Baltimore City Police Union tweeting about that shooting, saying just 7 officers were patrolling the entire southern district when it happened. FOP says 10 years ago, that number would have been 20. Tweet goes on to call on Mayor Scott to create a retention and recruitment plan to bring in more officers. The department is nearly 500 officers short.
Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the FOP's comments during a news conference yesterday, saying the department is looking into it. Meanwhile, former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison appeared on CNN yesterday afternoon. He says he's never seen anything like this during his 4 years in Baltimore City.
I was, like most people, shocked and horrified at this horrific event. When you think about it, 30 people shot at a block party that had upwards of 100, maybe 200 or 300 people. That's very, very horrific and likely the most violent, the largest and most deadly and violent mass shooting the city has seen, certainly in recent years. Begin to ask myself, although I'm transitioning out, the acting commissioner is in the role, the very same questions about police presence and what was known, when it was known, and how could police not have known. And all of those questions, I believe the acting commissioner is asking right now.
Well, during the news conference, Mayor Brandon Scott mentioning homicides, non-fatal shootings are down compared to last year. But when you look at the current crime trends over the last few years, we're seeing similar numbers. In fact, the mass shooting puts Baltimore on pace now with non-fatal shootings. At this time in 2021, 37 more people have been hurt in shootings than this time in 2020. Number of homicides also lower this year, but former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says that sadly might not hold.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Local and state leaders are reacting to this mass shooting. City State Attorney Ivan Bates saying in a statement, while his thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, we need more than thoughts and prayers. The statement goes on to say we need policy change in Maryland, particularly in Baltimore. He says we need, quote, a policy that helps us hold repeat violent offenders accountable and reduces the number of illegal firearms in our community.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon also weighing in, writing, quote, while no amount of planning could have prevented such a horrific act from occurring, it further highlights the need for responsible leadership that takes ownership of their failures as much as their successes. Fox 45 News was the first on the scene and online. Our team of reporters, including Rebecca Pryor and Vincent Hill, working through the night to bring you the latest on this late-breaking news. Fox 45 will continue to stay on top of this developing story and bring you any updates both on air and online. You can find our original reporting on our website right now at foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead on the early edition, recreational marijuana officially legal now in the state of Maryland. The changes you need to be aware of.
Plus, tomorrow, the 4th of July, and those celebrations will be in full swing across the country and right here in the city. We'll tell you about the lineup and how you can get involved. That's just ahead.
And we are weather alert this morning as severe storms could possibly move through the area this afternoon. Weather Authority team tracking the conditions all morning long. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Weather alert day for today. This is a look at some of our storm reports from yesterday in the region. We actually had some tornadoes reported in parts of Pennsylvania, but right here at home, we had a lot of thunderstorm wind damage, and we had some trees that were down across Baltimore County into parts of Anne Arundel County, even for Queen Anne's County as well. There were some power lines, and those were trees that were down as well. So that's what we're looking for again today. Damage and wind and hail. We do have a low-end tornado risk here once again after about 2 o'clock this afternoon on our weather alert day. Very quiet conditions right now over the Inner Harbor, but our temperature statewide warm. Low to mid and upper 60s for western Maryland. Most of us in the Chesapeake region there in the low to mid 70s right now. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
That this was a reckless, cowardly act of violence that has taken 2 lives and altered many, many more. And as I said earlier, we will find those who are responsible, and we will not stop until we do so.
This morning, the search is on for the suspects involved in the mass shooting out of South Baltimore. The latest from city and state leaders as residents demand change.
Plus, recreational marijuana is now legal in Maryland. We take a look at what you can and cannot have. 5:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .45 and continuing coverage this morning. Recreational marijuana is now legal in Maryland.
Cannabis shops saw long lines the first day of legalization on Saturday. The law allows users to have 1.5 ounces of weed, but more than that, not allowed. Plus, some people convicted of simple possession can now get those charges cleared from their record.
This is a simple petition process where you can file directly with the court to have this case removed. Normally, there was a 3-year waiting period, but that's no longer the case for marijuana possession charges.
If you're looking to get a simple marijuana possession charge expunged, reach out to the Public Defender's Office or Maryland Legal Aid for help.
Another key aspect of legal weed in Maryland, how will it be taxed? Lawmakers needed to find a middle ground where they could generate enough revenue but not turn people away from buying it legally. As nearby states move toward legalization, ultimately lawmakers set the 9% sales tax on cannabis products, which is the same as alcohol. However, medical marijuana remains exempt from that tax.
In just one day, Independence Day, the Baltimore Office of Promotion of the Arts, BSO, and Waterfront Partnership are teaming up to host a 4th of July celebration. Those festivities include a picnic at West Shore Park starting at 3 and also a BSO concert at Harbor Place Amphitheater at 8:30. Those fireworks go off at 9:15.
Well, we are weather alert again this morning because we need to find out exactly what's going to happen this afternoon.
Absolutely. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to break it all down for us.
Guys, we're talking about the potential for some of those strong thunderstorms here once again later this afternoon. Damaging wind and hail will be the biggest issues that we are going to face as we head later into the day. We're talking after about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon into that 7 and 8 o'clock hour as well. Our live cam in Towson, nice and quiet right now. Muggy, warm conditions. Check this out. 75 your current temperature. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 73 degrees. So when you get the dew points in the 70s, this is what we're going to see this week on our dew point trend. We're getting into that hot and muggy type atmosphere for most of the rest of the week as we head into that first week of July. So nothing out of the ordinary here. And in fact, when we get these thunderstorms, that's what we typically see this time of year. So on your HD radar, these are some of the thunderstorm reports. The little computer thing is not working right now for me to show you that we actually had some of those wind damage reports and strong wind and wind gusts that were reported yesterday as well. But there was some damage from trees down and trees on power lines as well from yesterday. No real hail reported here, but we do have that slight risk for severe weather for all of us today. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. That's a level 2 on a scale of 1 to 5, up and down the 95 corridor out toward the eastern shore and parts of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, all of Delaware, and down through southern Virginia as well. What we got going on here is the low pressure area, that trough of low pressure that's right through our area, and then that cold front that's going to be moving in from the west as we head toward the afternoon and evening time. This is a look at our hourly future scan. We're staying dry through about 10 o'clock this morning. You do see a few showers developing in Frederick, moving over toward Westminster here, but overall, that's not the main storm threat. That's not going to be till after about 3 p.m. So notice we still stay dry here, but that wind is going to pick up from the south, and then you see those showers and storms. Look at that, 3 now into the 4 o'clock hour. You see that large area of orange and red where we could see some of the heavier rain, and into that 5 o'clock hour as well. That's when we're expecting to see most of those storms develop, hanging around in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour tonight before all of that gets out of here. So any plans you have for this evening in terms of fireworks after about 7 p.m. should be good. We hope all of those storms will be moving on, but it's the later part of the day you got to watch out for a strong wind, heavy rain, hail, and that low-end tornado risk as well. Upper 80s and lower 90s across central Maryland for your high temperatures today, and up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 90s going for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Even warm down the ocean, looking at 86 in Ocean City today, and western Maryland also in those mid-80s. Now, for the 4th of July, it does look like we'll still see the potential for an isolated thunderstorm tomorrow afternoon, but by tomorrow evening, it does look a little bit drier and looking like we're going to dry out nicely Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So less of a chance of storms, but we'll keep that heat and humidity all the way to the end of the week. And then another round of storms coming this weekend.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the drive times around the Baltimore region. Everyone is in the green. No major issues to report at all around the Baltimore region from PA all the way down to D.C. The only marker on the entire map, Tacoma Park. There's an accident in Washington, D.C. Everybody else, you are in the green. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, and he is on the inner loop in the Parkville areas. The sun is coming up, as Justin was talking about today. This morning, beautiful. It's this afternoon we need to watch out for. Now we want to get another check of your mass transit and all the different delays or holiday schedules that are out there because of the 4th of July. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 511 and 10 train 505 operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute. Start out there on Light Rail Link. Expect about a 20-minute delay in both directions of that service. Certainly allowed time for travel on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link looking good, though. No delays or issues in either direction between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Social media is driving the youth mental health crisis. Coming up, I'll tell you what parents want to protect their children.
Plus, continuing coverage of the mass shooting in Brooklyn homes over the weekend. Reaction from state leaders as residents are demanding change. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all .554 and developing now, the U.S. Surgeon General says social media is a huge factor in the national youth mental health crisis. Now a new poll shows the vast majority of parents are calling for more online safety measures to protect their children. National Desk Janae Bowens has our story.
Dane Whitbeck is a father of 4 who says his kids can't get on social media until they're at least 16.
You have lots of data coming out that social media is a direct contributor to kids feeling down about themselves and feeling disconnected in real life.
A lot of people agree with Dane. Security.org surveyed nearly 1,000 parents. 98% of them believe social media platforms are dangerous to users under 18. 89% of them support laws requiring children under 18 to obtain parental permission before accessing social media.
It's our job to raise these kids to be able to handle this technology.
Depression and anxiety and other types of mental health and substance use issues. But for some folks, it can be really helpful. So I think it really behooves policymakers to explore this further.
A national ban of TikTok could be in the works, and Congress is also looking into setting a minimum age of 13 for social media access and require parental consent until age 18. Utah and Arkansas have restricted underage access to social media. California has set stricter online privacy rules for children, and Montana has banned TikTok.
Social media and kids, especially tweens, does not mix well.
The alarming truth is the number of kids and teenagers with anxiety and depression has shot up by about 30% in recent years. And it's clear parents want as many measures as possible to protect their children. Reporting in Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Well, a Texas woman says hackers recently got access to her Facebook account and are posting items the woman says are for sale. Now, she's had people knocking at her door trying to buy the stuff, even though she is not selling anything. It all started when she was locked out of her Instagram and Facebook accounts. She says that what came next was even more unexpected.
I kept on getting activity to my phone saying I'm selling this, selling that, 73 things. And I'm like,
73 things?
Mm-hmm. Chicken coops. Chicken coops, all kind of stuff.
So far, she knows of 3 people just showing up to her house. They had messages sent from her account. Shearman says she's so scared it would be buyers showing up at her home that she's now put up fake posts on her door, along with the police report she filled out, hoping to deter them. She says she's also in the process of installing brand new home surveillance system. The app does offer advice for keeping your account safe, which includes making sure you have unique and private passwords, activating 2-factor authentication, and login alerts.
Twitter CEO Elon Musk announces new restrictions for both verified and unverified accounts. Social media is now limiting most users to viewing just 600 tweets a day, or 6,000 if you are verified. According to Musk, the restrictions are temporary and were implemented to protect data on the site. It comes after thousands of people reported disruptions this weekend, with many receiving error messages that say rate limit exceeded or cannot retrieve tweet.
Well, United Airlines is hoping for better travel days for its passengers and to avoid a repeat of the cancellations and delays it experienced just last month. United CEO Scott Kirby says the airline is working with the FAA and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to make some improvements. Bad weather in the Northeast, coupled with FAA staffing shortages, led to hundreds of flights canceled or delayed, especially at Newark International Airport. Kirby says he had productive talks with the FAA and with Buttigieg, and says some changes are in the works that include updating and improving technology, working with the Port Authority to get more gates at the airport, and balancing departures and arrivals better at Newark.
You can download Fox 45 News app for up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
30 people are shot in a mass shooting in South Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, we're live with a manhunt that's now underway for those suspects.
Shooting injured 14 minors. Still ahead this morning. Questions now surrounding the mayor's summer crime plan and youth curfew.
A big name did not attend the latest news conference on the shooting. Governor Wes Moore. Still ahead in this hour, the statement from him and the questions we're asking this morning.
Weather alert day tracking the potential for more strong storms for the afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59 on this Monday morning, July 3rd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. You can see it, weather alert today, but it's pretty behind you now as the sun comes out.
Yeah, it is. Very nice conditions here this morning. Very calm out over the inner harbor. You can see that water looking like glass right now. We are tracking some of those strong storms, however, with damaging wind and hail being the biggest threats later this afternoon. After about 2-3 o'clock is when things will start to fire up. And you can see our temperatures are warm right now. 60s in western Maryland, low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City right now. So already warming up, and we're going to be heating up as we head later into the day. So if you do have to head out to work today, or maybe just driving around this morning the next couple of hours, mid to upper 70s, and we'll slide into the lower 80s through about 9 a.m. You can feel that heat and humidity already starting to build, and that's what's going to help fire up those storms later today. We're back in a few minutes with another look at that forecast.
This tragic incident is another glaring, unfortunate example of the deep issues of violence in Baltimore, in Maryland, in this country, and particularly gun violence and the access to illegal guns.
Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the families, friends, this community, and our city as a whole.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Police are currently searching for the suspects who shot 30 people in South Baltimore over the weekend, leaving 2 dead.
The shooting happened at a block party in the Brooklyn Homes community.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live from police headquarters to break down this case and the ongoing manhunt. Shannon.
As of this morning, Tom, that manhunt is still underway. Police telling us they believe there are at least 2 suspects in this case, but possibly even more. So this morning here at police headquarters, they have their work cut out for them. They are working to find those suspects. Not only that, but a motive and whether or not this shooting was random or targeted. What we are learning now, though, more about the victims. Take a look right here at your screen. On the left, that's 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi, and on the right, 18-year-old Aliyah Gonzalez. Both were killed in this mass shooting in South Baltimore's Brooklyn section Sunday morning. Metro Crime Stoppers now offering an $8,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest. The other victims injured range in ages from 13 to 32. We are talking mostly teenagers who were shot, 14 minors total. 9 victims are still in the hospital, with a couple in critical condition, according to Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley. Now, this barrage of gunfire erupted during a block party early Sunday morning. And look at this. Video circling on social media shows a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack.
I've seen the video. Anyone who has a gun that's in that area is a potential suspect.
We're not going to be dismayed by cowards that committed this mass shooting, and we're going to continue to remove those folks off the street. And as I said earlier, I hope these folks don't sleep well, because we're not going to sleep until we pull them off.
The mayor and the acting police commissioner making those comments during a press conference that happened yesterday evening. And in that press conference, they are also pleading with the public. If you have any information, maybe you saw something, call police or the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, as we mentioned, 14 minors were hurt during the shooting. Now, many are questioning Mayor Brandon Scott's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that he put in place.
And you show me where the curfew's working at. Because I can tell you, as an EMT out here in Baltimore, I pick up more juveniles than I do adults. So don't let Brandon Scott fool you.
Well, Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Scott on his summer crime plan and whether or not he says it is working. He insisted it is. Mass shootings like this are a societal issue.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Now, Governor Westmore released a statement on the shooting saying his heart breaks for the victims, their families, and the Baltimore community. The statement goes on to say, we as a state will continue to do everything we can to prevent senseless acts of violence like the one we saw last night. The governor was not at yesterday's news conference, nor was anyone from his office. We reached out to his office asking why he was not in Baltimore and when we can expect him to be in the city to address this incident. We've not yet heard back. It is important to know the governor was part of a news conference in Annapolis last month, the day after 6 people were shot there.
While Governor Moore was not at yesterday's news conference, Senate President Bill Ferguson was as the shooting happened in his district. He apologized to the victims and the community, saying state lawmakers have done all they can to stop the violence.
We've done what we could at the state level to try and find ways for it to be harder to get guns into people's hands. But this is the problem with too many guns in too many hands of people that make life and death decisions. It is not okay. Something has to give.
The president saying lawmakers did what they could to find ways to make it more difficult for people to get guns. But during the last session, lawmakers only passed one law dealing with gun offenders. Now, several other bills, including the Repeat Violent Offender Act, never made it past committee. Fox 45 News, Olivia Dans, pressed Ferguson on that.
We have a lot of laws on the books. We have a lot of places where somebody, if they're arrested, will be held accountable. From what I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
Now, Olivia pressed the Senate president on whether now is the time to call a special legislative session to address crime. We did not get a straight answer.
What about an emergency session with the governor? Is that a possibility?
You know, I think it's still too early to know what exactly the circumstances are. What I know is that there were too many guns that were too accessible that led to 28, now 30 people having been shot. You know, we have to figure out what the facts are.
Now, earlier this year, we asked if you think lawmakers should call a special session to tackle the crime crisis. At that point in time, 95% of voters said yes. So we're asking again, do you think Governor Wes Moore should call an immediate session to combat the violent crime crisis? So far, 98% of voters say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Fox 45 News was the first on the scene and online. Our team of reporters, including Rebecca Pryor and Vincent Hill, working through the night to bring you the latest on this breaking news story. Fox 45 will continue to stay on top of this developing story and bring you any updates on air and online. You can find all of our original reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We continue our coverage of the deadly mass shooting in the Brooklyn Homes area. Still ahead, the solutions coming from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and former Mayor Sheila Dixon.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison also making his voice heard. The question he wants the acting commissioner to ask now to help find those suspects.
Weather alert for the afternoon. We're tracking more of those strong to severe thunderstorms. Looking good right now with the sun that is out there, but it is muggy already. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the rest of this week and your 4th of July forecast as well. All right, welcome back, everybody. 6:09 is your time right now. Our weather alert day is today, and our HD radar is all quiet at this time. And we are seeing that trough of low pressure that is basically right over the area, that cold front that is to our west as well. That's what we're going to see as our showers and storms continue to move through. So overall, looking at our morning drive, Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours. And overall, we're going to see those temperatures that will will climb into the lower 90s as we head toward the afternoon. So that's your morning drive here as we head toward the afternoon, topping out in the lower 90s today, mid 70s tonight, back to the lower 90s again tomorrow. We do carry an isolated chance for storms on your 4th. However, should be good for the fireworks for tomorrow night. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
And stay with us here on Fox 45 News for our team of meteorologists as we track the storms throughout the day. Chief Meteorologist Jonathan Myers is going to track the system for your evening commute.
I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. The drastic move some retirees are making or considering to save money, here's a hint, it involves packing your bags.
Recreational marijuana is now legal in Maryland, but some questions remain. Where's the money going? We break down the taxes just ahead. 6:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Now the county's under pressure. Harford County Sheriff announcing the arrest of 53-year-old Stephen Nolan of Pennsylvania in connection with the murder of 2 people in Harford County. Police say 62-year-old Timothy Witherite and 70-year-old David Octavie of Pilesville were both shot and killed just before 9 Saturday night. Family dog is also shot and killed. Nolan is being held in a Pennsylvania jail awaiting extradition to Maryland.
All right, take a look at this. More Americans are leaving the U.S. post-retirement to move abroad, and the reason is money. National Desk correspondent Angela Brown shares why many are citing rising living costs as the main driving factor.
So where are people moving to? International Living, their website, has a list of the cheapest places to live in the world. For example, Italy costs about half of what it costs to live right here in the U.S. They looked at things like groceries, gym memberships, and other daily activities. U.S. retirees are packing their bags, fleeing the high cost of living and expensive health care, and moving overseas for a new experience and more affordable lifestyle.
We do know that for a lot of individuals, the cost of living is a big driver. They can go to countries where it just costs less to live.
The cost of living in the U.S. rising, with seniors feeling the pinch. Fidelity reporting a healthy 65-year-old couple retired in the U.S. will need about $300,000 saved to cover health care expenses alone throughout their retirement. Another major cost on the rise, assisted living.
You could easily spend $100,000 or more a year on a nursing home or assisted living stay.
Maintaining citizenship in the U.S., however, poses new challenges when it comes to navigating finances and also taxes, the potential for double taxation, and securing the proper visa.
Americans who are moving overseas are still subject to a lot of the tax and compliance legislation and regulations.
A recent Gallup poll found 71% of non-retired adults are at least moderately worried about funding their retirement. 42% say they are very worried. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All righty, meteorologist Justin Chambers is not going to alarm you, but we are in a weather alert day.
That's right, and it looks like this morning great. It's this afternoon that will change things.
Yeah. Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yep, that's exactly right, guys. We're going to be tracking that potential for some of those strong to severe thunderstorms as we head later into the afternoon. Damaging wind gusts and hail, those are going to be the main threats that we're tracking. Very summer-like weather pattern here. You get the daytime heating. We have that moisture and the instability in the atmosphere, and that's what's going to give us that best chance for some of those storms to develop. After about 2 o'clock this afternoon is when things will start to get going, but it looks great right now, even though it's muggy and warm in our Towson camera. Plenty of sunshine that is out there. Definitely seeing all of the kind of condensation on your windows and on your beverages as you enjoy them this morning. 75 your current temp in Towson with no wind to speak of, but you get those dew points in the lower 70s, and we're going to continue that dew point trend in the 70s today and basically through the rest of this week. So hot and muggy conditions for the first week of July, but also that potential for storms. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. The entire area here under that yellow, which is a slight risk. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. And that slight risk extends all the way up through Philly and just south of New York City, pretty much the entire eastern shore and Delaware and down to the south in parts of Virginia as well. So millions of Americans under this slight risk for severe weather for today, and maybe folks traveling today or just hanging out and taking the day off. We've got this trough of low pressure. That's what the yellow lines indicate right there. And what we have to the west is another cold front that's going to be moving in as we head later into the afternoon. Now, again, we're going to warm up quickly. We're already going to be in the 80s through about 9 a.m., but notice we stay mainly dry. Then we'll get those 90s starting to pick up as we head later into the afternoon, and you get some of those showers and thunderstorms developing after about 2, 3, and into the 4 o'clock hour. That's going to be our best chance for some of those storms, bringing with it that potential damaging wind gusts and some of that hail as well. Through about 7 p.m., most of those storms starting to die down, especially as we get into sunset tonight. For tomorrow on the 4th, we stay mainly dry, but we do have that potential for a couple of isolated thunderstorms in the afternoon. But good news is by tomorrow night, all of that should be out of here and we should be good to go, even though it's going to be a little warm and even hot hanging out watching the fireworks. So strong wind, hail, heavy rain, and even that potential for a tornado does exist today on your severe weather threats, and high temperatures in the upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Hartford and Cecil counties also upper 80s and lower 90s for you, which is a little bit above average for this time of year. Speaking of the average temperature, check out the temperature tracker. We're going to hover in those lower 90s most of the week. By the time we get to Saturday and Sunday, numbers come back down to the mid to upper 80s. But overall, first week of July will feel like the first week of July. So weather alert today, but should be good for tomorrow. Again, still that isolated threat of a few thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, less of a chance of storms, just kind of that hot and muggy feeling each afternoon. And then we bring those storms back into the forecast for the weekend. Taylor?
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stiller traffic network. A live look around the beltways throughout the Baltimore region this morning. Not even a lot of cars out there. And now a live look from our Graham Cam traffic photojournalist. Graham is on Abington on 95 northbound. Gorgeous sunrise as he's riding off to the sunset. No issues to report. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link with a 20-minute delay in both directions. Certainly allow time for travel there. Metro subway link on schedule. In observance of the Independence Day holiday tomorrow, MTA bus, Metro subway link, light rail link operating on Sunday holiday schedules, with light rail operating an hour after the downtown fireworks display on the 4th. MARC train will operate on a Saturday schedule on the Penn line, but no Camden or Brunswick line service on the 4th. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. We continue our coverage on this deadly mass shooting in Baltimore. Still ahead, the shocking amount of officers patrolling the area when it happened and how many officers should have been there.
And be ready to spend some time outside and not worry about the bugs. Next, the top insect repellents to add to your supply list this summer. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, you don't take a hike without it. Insect repellent, it's a great way to battle against those buzzing mosquitoes in your face, those itchy bites and creepy ticks.
But not all bug sprays are effective, which is why Consumer Reports tests 53 repellents to find out the best ones for you. How does sticking your arm in a cage filled with hundreds of hungry mosquitoes sound? That's exactly what Consumer Reports has their volunteers do. A standard dose of repellent is applied to test subjects' arms. After 30 minutes, they stick their arms into cages of 200 disease-free mosquitoes for about 5 minutes. And testers count every time a mosquito lands on their arm or bites. The process is then repeated until the repellent fails, or, get this, until 8 hours has passed.
A repellent fails our test if a mosquito bites twice in one 5-minute session, or if there's one bite in each of 2 consecutive 5-minute sessions.
Now, while the mosquitoes in these tests are disease-free, the ones you'll encounter may not be.
Mosquitoes and ticks can spread serious bug-borne diseases like Lyme disease and West Nile virus. And using an effective insect repellent is one really good way of reducing your risk of contracting those diseases.
Keyword there is effective. Consumer Reports tests found many of the most effective repellents in fighting against mosquitoes and ticks contain 25 to 30% DEET as its active ingredient. Two repellents Consumer Reports recommends: 3M Ultrathon Insect Repellent 8 and Ben's Tick and Insect Repellent Wilderness Formula Pump. Both excelled in protection. Properly applying the repellent is just as important as the one that you use. Follow the directions on the label and use a thin coat on all exposed skin. You can also spray on top of your clothes, but do not apply under your clothing. If you're wary of DEET, though, Consumer Reports tests found some repellents that contain 20% keratin or 30% oil of lemon eucalyptus are nearly as effective. Incoming Baltimore County School Superintendent sets aside time ahead of the 4th of July holiday. Still ahead this morning, the topic she plans to address today.
Continuing our coverage into that mass shooting that happened in South Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, the concerns that this is bringing up about how leaders are trying to bring down crime in the city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you this July 3rd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of everybody, you're off today. Maybe you have some projects. Get it done in the morning. It's going to change as we are weather alert this afternoon.
Definitely is. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast, breaking it all down for us.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor, Tom. Good morning to all of you as well. Similar to what we had yesterday afternoon, those storms develop later in the day and then build, and we have the heavy wind or the heavy rain and the strong wind. And that's what we're going to see today. Damaging wind gusts, some hail that will be possible. Didn't really see any hail yesterday, but tracking more of those strong storms after about 2, 3 o'clock into the afternoon. That's why we are in weather alert mode for today. Yeah, and looking great right now over the Inner Harbor, albeit warm. A lot of us are waking up in the low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. Mid to upper 70s for you on the Eastern Shore right now. 71 in Columbia and 72 currently in Laurel. So if you are out for your morning drive, maybe you do have to work today or just getting out and about, mid to upper 70s and even lower 80s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bose says we are good to go. Those snowballs are going to be melting quickly today. We're talking about lower 90s today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. We do have that chance for a couple of pop-up storms on your 4th of July Tuesday, but looks good for fireworks time by tomorrow evening. And then Wednesday, less of a chance of storms, but staying hot and muggy. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, that's your Lens Solar Traffic Network taking a look at your Towson, Lock Raven Boulevard area here, inner and outer loops. If you're traveling eastbound right now, make sure you get the sunglasses out. It is bright this morning.
Want this shooting to be treated just as it happened in rural America. We want everyone to come forward and say, treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event.
I came here in 1992, and it's too much. It's too much.
This community has been hurting for a long time, a long time.
Turning now to a city in crisis, our ongoing coverage of this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore's Brooklyn Homes.
This is what we know right now. Now, 30 victims in this shooting, ranging in age from 13 to 32 years old. 14 of them are minors under the age of 18. Now, the two people who are killed, 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kailis Fagbemi. 9 victims are still in the hospital this morning. Police believe at least 2 people opened fire at this block party. They have not released information about possible suspects. Authorities are asking anyone with video or information about the shooting to call police. Metro Crime Stoppers now offering an $8,000 reward.
Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brandon Scott and other leaders for answers.
Shannon Lilly is going to join us live now with the latest on this ongoing search for the shooters. Shannon.
As of this morning, Taylor and Tom, that manhunt is still very much underway. Police say they believe there are 2 suspects at least, but possibly even more in this case. We do, though, want to get you straight to this video that's circling social media. You can see there a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack. Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley says he's seen the video and anyone in the area with a gun is a potential suspect. But this video and the number of minors that were hurt during this mass shooting has many questioning the mayor's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that's in place. Keep in mind that the shooting happened around 12:30 a.m., which is well into curfew hours. The mayor, though, insisting that this mass shooting and mass shootings like this are less about the plan in place and more of a societal issue, especially with access to illegal guns.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Again, Taylor and Tom, police are asking anyone with information to come forward or call the Metro Crime Stoppers, and those tips are so important.
Now, Shannon, are people in the Brooklyn community responding this morning? Like, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Taylor. As you can imagine, this has been truly horrific for so many of them. In fact, we had reporters on the ground very shortly after this all happened, and they spoke with witnesses who say they dropped everything and ran. Some say they are traumatized by what they saw, and they will forever be traumatized by what they saw. We also talked with more residents hours later, so let's listen to what they had to say.
We're hurting him. We got to make some kind of change. Babies are dying. My heart cries out to mothers, whether I know them or not. They're my children, too.
I feel for everybody in this community because I just cannot imagine the people that were in their house and hearing that, kids. Oh, my God. What can we say to these little kids?
Well, we know that the agency MONSE has set up in that Brooklyn community, and they will be offering healing resources there for the next several weeks. Reporting live from City Police Headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, the Baltimore City Police Union tweeting about that shooting, writing just 7 officers were patrolling the Southern District when it happened. FOP also wrote 10 years ago that number would have been 20. Tweet goes on to call on Mayor Scott to create a retention and recruitment plan to bring more officers. The department is down nearly 500 officers now.
Now, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the FOP's comments during a news conference yesterday, saying the department is looking into it. Meanwhile, former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison appeared on CNN yesterday afternoon. He's said he'd never seen anything like this during his 4 years in Baltimore City.
I was, like most people, shocked and horrified at this horrific event. When you think about it, 30 people shot at a block party that had upwards of 100, maybe 200 or 300 people. That's very, very horrific, and likely the most violent, the largest, and most deadly and violent mass shooting the city has seen, certainly in recent years. Begin to ask myself, although I'm transitioning out, the acting commissioner is in the role, the very same questions about police presence and what was known, when it was known, and how could police not have known? And all of those questions, I believe the acting commissioner is asking right now.
Well, during the news conference, Mayor Scott mentioned homicides and non-fatal shootings are down compared to last year. But when you look at the crime trends over the last few years, we're seeing similar numbers. In fact, the mass shooting puts Baltimore on pace with non-fatal shootings. See the numbers here. At this time in 2021, where 37 more people have been hurt in shootings than this time in 2020. Numbers of homicides also lower this year so far. But former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says that sadly may not hold.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Now, local and state leaders are reacting to this mass shooting. City State Attorney Ivan Bates saying in a statement, while his thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, we need more than thoughts and prayers. The statement goes on to say we need policy change in Maryland, particularly in Baltimore. He says we need, quote, a policy that helps us hold repeat violent offenders accountable and reduces the number of illegal firearms in our community.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon also weighing in, writing, quote, while no amount of planning could have prevented such a horrific act from occurring, it further highlights the need for responsible leadership that takes ownership of their failures as much as their successes.
Now, City Council President Nick Mosby posting a statement saying, quote, my heart breaks for the lives lost by senseless violence in South Baltimore, calling on anyone with information to step forward. Republican State Delegate Kathy Slaga calling out politicians for defunding and demoralizing police, saying it has consequences. The tweet goes on to say, quote, tragically, 2 people died, 23 are injured. And here, Councilman Mark Conway saying his thoughts are with the victims and their families as well. He says to target those celebrating on a holiday weekend is especially outrageous.
Fox 45 News was the first on the scene and online. Our team of reporters, including Rebecca Pryor, Vincent Hill, working through the night to bring you the latest on this late-breaking news. Fox 45 will continue to stay on top of this developing story and bring you any updates on air and online. You can find all of our original reporting right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we cover the latest on this deadly mass shooting as the investigation unfolds. Ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we're going to speak live with the spokesperson for the Baltimore group Peace to hear what can be done to stop the violence.
4th of July holiday happening tomorrow, where you can go and check out big display right here in Baltimore.
And we are on weather alert all morning. Just ahead, the risk for severe weather and who could be impacted. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Vendors and their wares were no match for these strong winds and rain at a festival in Cordova, Alabama. This storm soaked the tables and its winds blew over booths earlier this weekend. And a destructive fire has broken out in the Columbia River Gorge near Underwood, Washington. At one point, the Tunnel 5 fire was 75 acres and moving rapidly, and some structures have been lost already.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:41 is your time right now. We're 19 minutes away from 7 o'clock and tracking our weather alert day. We have what we call this trough of low pressure that's kind of hanging around here. And then we've got this cold front that will be moving in from the west later today. And with the daytime heating that we're expecting, we'll see those showers and thunderstorms develop, especially after about 2, 3 o'clock into the afternoon. Our temperatures right now in the low to mid 70s, so it is warm on your Monday morning. And we're going to continue to heat up. Next couple of hours, get your run or your jog in outside. We're already going to be in the mid to upper 70s with those very mild and muggy conditions. And on our way to highs in the lower 90s today and even tomorrow as well. We do carry a chance for an isolated thunderstorm on your 4th of July Tuesday, but overall not looking too bad for the fireworks tomorrow night. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. We give you the latest on that deadly mass shooting that happened in Brooklyn. Ahead in about 15 minutes, we'll be speaking live with a former federal prosecutor about the shocking shootings.
The first weekend of recreational marijuana sales in the books. Next, the question is about the tax of those sales. We're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
.645, and right now a manhunt underway for the suspects who shot 30 people in South Baltimore over the weekend, leaving 2 victims dead. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from police headquarters this morning. And Shannon, there was a video, so what do we know about the suspects?
Well, there's still very limited information, Tom, about the suspects, but what we do know from police is that they believe there's at least 2, possibly even more. And as you mentioned, that video circling on social media, it shows a young boy pulling a gun out of a backpack. Well, we spoke with acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley about that, and he says that he's seen the video and that anyone who was in that area at the time with a gun is a potential suspect. So meanwhile, that video showing that young boy as well as the ages of these young victims is certainly bringing up concerns about the mayor's summer crime plan and the city's youth curfew and just how effective it is. So in just 15 minutes, I'm going to be speaking live with former federal prosecutor Thiru Vignarajah, and he's going to weigh in on all of this. Now back to you.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, recreational marijuana now legal in Maryland. Cannabis shops saw long lines on the first day of legalization on Saturday. Now, the law allows users to have 1.5 ounces of weed, but more than that, not allowed. Plus, some people convicted of simple possession can now get their charges cleared from their records.
This is a simple petition process where you can file directly with the court to have this case removed. Normally, there was a 3-year waiting period, but that's no longer the case for marijuana possession charges.
If you have a charge you'd like to get expunged, you can reach out to the Public Defender's Office or Maryland Legal Aid for help. Another key aspect of legal weed in Maryland is how it's going to be taxed. Lawmakers tried to find a middle ground where they could generate enough revenue but not turn people away from buying legally, as nearby states also move towards legalization. Ultimately, lawmakers set a 9% sales tax on cannabis products, which is the same as alcohol. However, medical marijuana is exempt from that tax. Everything you need to know about recreational marijuana is now on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Check it out.
6:47 now, and you see it right there. Weather alert.
That's right. Let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because it looks pretty outside right now, but those thunderstorms are on their way.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And it looks today like the atmosphere is a little bit more unstable and a little bit better chance of seeing some more widespread showers and thunderstorms. We definitely had some of those stronger storms that dumped a bunch of rain and brought some wind and even some damaging wind gusts yesterday afternoon. Some of you seeing trees down and power lines as well. Now, as we head into the day today, we're talking after about 2 or 3 o'clock. So a very typical summer-like pattern. You get that daytime heating. You have enough instability in the atmosphere. You get some moisture thrown in there, and that's going to be all the ingredients we need for some of those severe thunderstorms. Now, looking out over the 395 right now out toward the Patapsco, pretty quiet on the roadways. A lot of folks maybe taking today off as well. But if you do have to work and getting out about, numbers in the mid-70s here this hour. And notice that dew point temperature at 73 degrees. So it is muggy. There's no doubt about that. We're going to stay into that gross category today with that muggy meter, increasing humidity, daytime heating, all fuel for the fire for some of those storms. That's why the Storm Prediction Center has the entire area under that slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So kind of a level 2 threat up and down the East Coast, the Mid-Atlantic down through Virginia and the Carolinas as well, with millions of people under that threat for severe weather. This is a trough of low pressure. You can see those little dashes right there. So this is what's kind of hanging out at the surface. Then you have this cold front that is going to be moving in from the west. That's going to help to initiate some of those storms as it moves from west to east later this afternoon. Taking you through your hourly future scan, we'll stop the clock at 10 a.m. Overall, still staying mainly dry. But after about 2, 3 o'clock is when you'll start to see some of those storms develop. They're going to come off the mountains first and move right into the region by about 3, 4 p.m. You can see some of those areas in orange and red, indicating some of the heavier rain that's going to be possible right as it moves through the 95 corridor. So this is for your drive home, or if you're just going to be out in the afternoon and evening time, that's when you'll see some of those storms roll through. It looks to be clear of here by about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So any fireworks going on this evening should be okay. And then tomorrow we'll still have that chance for at least an isolated thunderstorm on Tuesday. But the main severe weather threats today will be that strong wind, heavy rain. There is an isolated threat for a tornado as well today. So don't be surprised if you get a push alert that says a tornado watch or warning. And when you get those, you got to take cover for sure. You have to make sure to get inside. If you are going to be out there playing some golf today on your forecast, well, 80 by 9 a.m. and then 90 by noon. But again, when those thunderstorm clouds start rolling in later today, make sure to get off the course and get inside where you can be safe. Besides the, pro shop and the snack bar has some nice beverages and food for you. Upper 80s and lower 90s is where we're going to be for your highs today. Some of us are going to stay into the above average category, and even 93 in D.C., 90 in Philly, even head heading down the ocean. Temperatures in the mid-80s there at Ocean City. So our temperature tracker, we stay above average here. Definitely a hot and muggy week for the first full week of July. And then as we head toward this upcoming weekend, the numbers do start coming down back into the 80s. Weather alert day for today. We have the isolated thunderstorm possible tomorrow afternoon, but drying out for fireworks tomorrow night. And Wednesday through Friday, again, less of a chance of storms, but kind of the hot and muggy conditions. Very typical July weather right here at home.
Well, know your rights when it comes to lighting off fireworks. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we take a look at what's legal and some rules of thumb if you're planning on setting off fireworks.
And explore your creative side this summer. Just ahead in Baltimore, we're getting crafty at a local spot in Howard County. But here's a creation for you.
Yeah.
Steamed milk, a touch of mocha, you know, the whole nine.
Definitely time to get creative with how you enjoy your caffeine. It's time for a coffee break. Today, we are weather alert as storms are expected to hit the region this afternoon, possibly lasting into your commute home tonight, taking you live to the Inner Harbor. You see that. And also in Towson on the bottom right, we've got Deep Creek Lake and Ocean City on the alternating corners there. Many tracking this next weather maker on our Weather Authority radar. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long into the night and stay up to date on the latest developments both on air and online.
This would not happen but for guns, and it's ironic that we're here on the cusp of July 4th, and you look back at sort of the freedoms and what this country is predicated upon, and one of them is not to be shot when you go to a block party.
Our coverage continues on the deadly mass shooting. We want to bring in Washington insider Armstrong Williams. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Taylor.
Now, you just heard what former Maryland Attorney General Doug Gansler said. This would not happen but for guns. City State Attorney Ivan Bates even released a statement calling for policy change to address the number of illegal firearms in the city. But the shooting of 30 people, it feels deeper than that. What are your thoughts?
Well, it is deeper, Taylor. It's a moral crisis. It's a family crisis. It's an accountability. You know, the mayor's curfew would have never worked. I mean, if it had worked, they would not have found the ability to gather around his curfew. Bill Ferguson is very good at passing legislation to curtail legal gun owners, but what about passing legislation that deals with illegal gun owners, that deals with mandatory sentencing, that deals with repeat offenders? And then you have a city that has 500 cops that are deficient. I mean, there are 13 cops for each precinct. There are 9 precincts in Baltimore. I mean, they just cannot handle the overload. And then you ask yourself, what is it that we're teaching our kids and what are parents learning these days? You know, if 30 people are at this house party, Taylor, someone knows exactly who the culprit is. They know exactly who had the guns, but there's this thing, this badge of honor, they believe some kind of loyalty to this kind of demented way of life, that you're protecting something. But it's just a matter of time. What you protected may end up costing your life. So there's no longer an honor system where you go and work with law enforcement, that confide in law enforcement and give them the details that are necessary to make sure you arrest that person and take them off the street. I mean, and the law enforcement, is what they're doing today, Taylor, they're only reacting to this crime. They're not stopping it. And by the time they show up, I mean, can you imagine how many other people could have died and what could have been a massacre?
And I want to point out something that you said. Now, of those victims, 30 people hit. 14 of them, and nearly 50% of the victims, are kids. We saw that video. It looked like a younger person with a gun. How does city leaders, state leaders, how do you tell kids that they can't run the city? We have too many kids getting hurt and perpetrating violence. What are your thoughts? I mean, because
well, the mayor and the state legislature give them permission. They embolden them. They make them think that they're some superhero, that there's no accountability for the crimes they commit, for the drugs that they exchange in the communities. And until you say to these young people who continue to do the same crimes over and over that we're going to stop this, I mean, you got to stand up to these kids because they believe they're the boss. They believe they're the mafiosos. They believe they're running the city. Until an adult, what you need, until an adult, a man steps in and tell these boys, these kids, and that's what they are, babies, that no, you're not running this city. We're going to shut you down by using the law and taking you off the streets where you never see daylight again. But it's not happening. They feel they're the boss. And until you change that through the laws, through parenting, through kids actually turning them in, do some kind of accountability and responsibility, Taylor, it's only going to get progressively worse unless we have men running that city and not boys that they feel they can relate to and they feel they have so much in common to. You need men again. Where are the men?
We'll leave it right there. Thank you so much, Armstrong Williams.
Thank you.
All right, stay up to date on the latest developments, as all of our reporting on this latest mass shooting in the city is right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We're continuing our coverage into that mass shooting in South Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, I'll be joined by former federal prosecutor Thuru Vignarajah to talk about the concerns that this brings up for our city.
A series of carjackings turned deadly in the DMV. Coming up, how the chase came to an end.
Well, we're definitely starting off warm and muggy for your Monday morning. We're talking about another weather alert day as well. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
At 7 o'clock on this Monday morning, July 3rd. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And, you know, what if folks are still in their holiday weekend? Maybe that's why we haven't seen the traffic, and maybe a good thing. But we're on a weather alert today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking at our forecast.
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. We're talking about the weather alert day for your Monday, similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon. Those thunderstorms developing, some of the strong to severe variety. Looks like we have a better chance at seeing some more widespread storms, the way the dynamic dynamics of the atmosphere are shaping up for today. Everything looks nice and calm right now in our Towson traffic circle. The sun is up, and yeah, not a lot of people out there on the roads here on your Monday morning, possibly a 3 or 4 day holiday weekend. Tracking some of those storms, damaging wind gusts, hail. Those are going to be the two biggest things that we'll look at. We do have an isolated tornado threat as well later today, so it's very important to stay weather aware, especially after about 2 o'clock this afternoon and into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour for this evening. Now, look at these temperatures region-wide. We're talking about mid to upper 70s, already almost 80 in Salisbury, 77 in Baltimore City, and mid-70s in Philly. So next couple of hours, those temperatures will keep climbing. If you are out for your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go, but we're on our way to 90s for our highs. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
This tragic incident is another glaring, unfortunate example of the deep issues of violence in Baltimore and Maryland and this country, and particularly gun violence and the access to illegal guns.
Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the families, friends, this community, and our city as a whole.
Now, this morning in a city in crisis, police are searching for the shooters responsible for this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore. 30 people wounded, 2 of them dead.
Now let's take a look at what we know so far. As you just heard, the 30 victims range in age from 13 to 32. 14 of them are juveniles under the age of 18.
Aaliyah Gonzalez and Kylis Bagnian were both killed. They are 20 years old for Bagnian.
9 victims are still in the hospital. Police say at least 2 people opened fire at the Brooklyn Homes block party. They have not released any information about possible suspects, but anyone with videos or information about the shooting has to contact police.
Now, as the manhunt continues for those suspects this morning, we're going live to police headquarters to take a closer look at this case.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live right now with former federal prosecutor Dhruv Vignarajah. Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning, Tom and Taylor. Of course, this mass shooting is raising a lot of concerns and questions about crime in the city and how it's being handled. So this morning, I am joined by former federal prosecutor Dhruv Vignarajah. We really appreciate you being here.
My pleasure. Good morning.
Good morning. Obviously, just a horrific incident that we're talking about, but it's also not the first mass shooting that we're seeing in the city. What, in your expertise, is driving this crime?
Well, let me start by saying we've had too many Monday mornings like this, too many 4th of July weekends like this, where we go to bed listening to stories about gunfire and massacre and wake up on Monday mornings trying to analyze it. It's the same problem. We have no leadership with respect to the problem of gun violence. We talk about gun violence as a national problem, but that abdicates the local responsibility for our local leaders to do their part. There were no police down there when they needed to be. There's no sense that there's consequences for your crime. And when you create this culture where the criminals are more afraid of one another than they are of courtrooms and consequences, this is what you're left with.
Let's talk about the city's youth curfew. We know that 14 of those victims are minors, and this happened around 12:30 a.m., so well into the curfew. What does that show you about how well this is working?
It shows you that it's a joke. Nobody takes it seriously. Nobody even knows that people are violating it. It was supposed to be for 4 or 5 or large gatherings. You had 100, 200, 300, 400 people. When I went down there last night to talk to people, they were so frustrated that their neighborhood is forgotten, neglected, not just during these times of impoverishment, but especially before. There were cops out there last night. Why weren't they out there when there was hundreds of kids out there with guns, with liquor, fraternizing, doing what kids sometimes do, but with no supervision?
All good points there. So do you think that a special session needs to happen to talk about crime, or where do we go from here?
We actually need our leaders to step up and acknowledge that they're dropping the ball. Instead of pointing the problem at national gun violence, instead of pretending like Baltimore's story is the same as every other city's, no, it's not true. We're worse. We're doing worse. And they need to understand that we need to actually enforce the laws. We need to have a dramatically different approach. But it feels like business as usual. After every one of these mass shootings, we issue the same talking points. We talk tough, but the criminals aren't afraid.
All right, Dhruv Vignarajah, thank you so much again for weighing in. And once again, police are asking anyone with information to call them or call Metro Crime Stoppers and come forward. We know those tips are crucial. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. As we mentioned, 14 minors were hurt during the shooting. Now, many are questioning Mayor Scott's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that is put in place.
And you show me where the curfew's working at. Because I can tell you, as an EMT out here in Baltimore, I pick up more juveniles than I do adults. So don't let Brandon Scott fool you.
Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on his summer crime plan and whether or not he believes it's working. He insisted that it is, and that mass shootings like this are a societal issue.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Well, Governor Wes Moore releasing a statement on this shooting, reading in part that his heart breaks for the victims, their families, and the Baltimore community. His statement goes on. We as a state will continue to do everything we can to prevent senseless acts of violence like the one that we saw last night. The governor was not at yesterday's news conference, nor was anyone from his office. Fox 45 News reached out to the governor's office asking why he wasn't in Baltimore yesterday and when we can expect him to be in the city to address this incident. We have not yet heard back. It's important to note the governor was part of a news conference in Annapolis last month, one day after 6 people were shot.
Now, while Governor Moore was not at yesterday's news conference, Senate President Bill Ferguson was. The shooting happened in his district. He apologized to the victims and the community, saying state lawmakers have done all they can to stop the violence.
We've done what we could at the state level to try and find ways for it to be harder to get guns into people's hands. But this is the problem with too many guns in too many hands of people that make life and death decisions. It is not okay. Something has to give.
The Senate president saying lawmakers did what they could to find ways to make it harder for people to get guns. But during last session, lawmakers only passed one law that dealt with gun offenders. Several other bills, including the Repeat Violent Offenders Act, did not pass committee for the second year in a row. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance pressed Ferguson on that.
We have a lot of laws on the books. We have a lot of places where somebody, if they're arrested, will be held accountable. From what I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis, isn't stopping that decision.
Now, Giovanni Patterson, the spokesperson for the community advocacy group Peace, says that the 5th largest mass shooting in Baltimore this year is reason enough for Governor Wes Moore to call a special session to address crime and gun violence in the city.
If we look at the bills that were passed, nothing really addressed, the criminal element, right? People are doing this because they know they can.
Earlier this year, we asked if you think lawmakers should call a special session to tackle the crime crisis. 95% of voters responded yes. We want to ask again, do you think Governor Wes Moore should be calling an immediate special session to combat the violent crime? As you see right here on the bottom, so far, 96% of voters have responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
All right, Fox 45 News was first to the scene, and our team of reporters worked through the night. Vincent Hill, Rebecca Pryor, to bring you the very latest on this investigation. We're going to stay on top of this throughout the morning and bring you updates here on air and online. Our initial reporting right now can be found on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
7:09 on this Monday morning, and it looks like it's going to be another great day, but wait.
Yeah, but wait for it, because this afternoon, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's tracking some storms.
Yeah, again, guys, that's what we're looking at. You know, one thing we haven't mentioned is the fact that our air quality is improved. Definitely not seeing the unhealthy categories that we saw last week. That rain helped yesterday. You get some wind helping to kind of move that stagnant air around. So that is at least something on the positive side. And overall, not looking too bad right now. Also positive, the 695. Not a lot of people out there hopefully enjoying the long holiday weekend. Check out these numbers. We're already at 77 in Baltimore City, 70 in Owens Mills and Cockeysville, already at 78 for you in Dundalk this morning, and mid-70s in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So as you head out the door, have the sunglasses ready to go. It's going to be hot and muggy today, but have the umbrella and that rain gear also ready, because those storms are going to start to fire this afternoon. That's why we are in weather alert mode. Out for a run or a jog next few hours, you're going to get sweaty, no doubt about that. Numbers staying in the 70s and lower 80s through the course of the morning. Back with your full forecast, we will take a look at what we can expect for 4th of July, especially with the fireworks celebrations going on tomorrow night. I'll let you know if there's any storms that we still have to look out for. Back to you.
This morning, an investigation continues in PG County after a carjacking spree left one person and 2 dogs dead. Officials say it started around noon on Saturday in Seat Pleasant. Witnesses say a man attempted to carjack someone in the McDonald's drive-thru. When driving away from the area, he allegedly opened fire and killed the driver. Then in Capitol Heights, he carjacked a woman with 3 dogs in her car, shooting and killing 2 of them. The suspect then started a 4-mile police chase that ended in Northeast D.C., where he carjacked a 3rd victim before he was arrested. The suspect, whose name is yet to be released, will be facing charges in PG County and D.C.
Also developing this morning in Washington, D.C., police are searching for the person responsible for throwing explosive devices at several businesses that were about a mile from the U.S. Capitol building. Authorities say around 4:30 yesterday morning, explosive devices, a Molotov cocktail-style object, was thrown outside a retail store, a bank, even a grocery store. Officials say no one was injured, but now they're looking for the person or persons responsible. They're said to have been driving a gold Acura TL with a Maryland plate 17971CK. Mayor Brandon Scott says homicides and non-fatal shootings are down compared to last year. Coming up in our next half hour, what the numbers actually show when comparing the trends since 2020.
And with the summer here and the sun shining bright, no better time to learn about taking care of your skin. After the break, how to look out for suspicious spots and prevent skin damage. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:14, skincare, crucial when you are outdoors, no matter your age, and do not be deceived by the Canadian wildfire smoke. Skin protection is still a must. Joining us now, Chair of the Department of Family Medicine and Family Med Physician in Owings Mills, Dr. Kevin Ferentz. Dr. Kevin, tell us a little bit more about this. We're heading outdoors. You start seeing this smoke and you're going, it's not that bright. Kids are heading off to camp. Don't worry about it because we have this protection from either the clouds or the smoke.
Oh, just 100% incorrect. This smoke is not protecting us from the sun rays at all. It's critically important that all of us protect ourselves from the sun if you don't want to get skin cancer. More than 5 million cases of skin cancer treated in the United States every year. That's more than all other causes of cancer combined. 20% of all people up to the age of 70, at about the age of 70, will have a skin cancer in America. About 200,000 of them, unfortunately, are melanomas. And melanoma, if you catch it early, you are cured. And unfortunately, if you catch it late, you can die of that.
Doctor, we don't want to scare families from keeping their children from going outdoors at all. I mean, we still want to get that vitamin D. They still need to be active. So what do you tell your families when you say, okay, we got to figure out how to stay safe, but yet still get outside?
Sure. We do need some sun exposure, but not a whole lot. So between 11 and 3, those are the times when you have the most dangerous rays of the sun. People should be wearing hats. 3 things, right? Don't go out between 11 and 3 if you don't have to. Wear a hat, very important, and make sure you're wearing sunscreen. And you don't have to wear 100, you don't have to wear 70 SPF. 15 to 30 is probably enough, but you need to be reapplying it. People don't realize that. And when you spray on sunscreen, it's very important that you rub it in.
Dr. Ferentz, what age and how often should we be seeing our dermatologist? Because lots of times you may see a freckle or even a mole that appears. That does not mean you should sound the alarm.
Of course. And actually, you don't necessarily need to see a dermatologist. You need to see your primary care physician, your family doc, who can take a look at these things. So there are 5 things you need to look at when you're concerned potentially about a lesion. And it's A, B, C, D, E. A is asymmetry. If you divide it in half, does it look the same on one side and the other? That's reassuring. B is border. Does the color of the lesion go past the bump? If it goes past it, that's a little bit concerning. C is color. Is it uniform color or is it different colors? Different colors is not good. D is diameter. Does it get bigger than a pencil eraser? That's 6 millimeters. And then E is evolution. Is it changing? If you have any of those things, you need to get somebody to take a look at that lesion.
ABCs, D's, and E's right there. Thank you so much, Dr. Ferentz. We always appreciate your expertise.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, today we are on weather alert mode as those storms are expected to hit our region this afternoon, possibly lasting into your evening commute. Taking a live look now at the Inner Harbor, Towson, Deep Creek Lake, as many folks are about to head out there for the holiday weekend. FOX45 is going to keep you updated all morning long and into the evening on air and online.
Well, now we want to find out exactly what it's going to look like. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers in. He's talking about why we are in weather alert today.
Yeah, guys, we saw those storms that developed yesterday afternoon. We should see a little bit better chance of some more widespread storms for today. The dynamics look a little bit better for storm formation. So we did see some damaging wind gusts. There were some reports of trees down on some power lines across Baltimore County as well as Anne Arundel County. So we definitely saw some of that. Even for you in Queen Anne's County, you saw some trees down there and some strong wind. Today, expecting more of that wind and the hail as well. Also a low-end tornado threat. We could see some of the dynamics where we get the rotation building in some of these storms by the afternoon. Now, we're not talking about anything going until after about 2 p.m., but then between 2 and 7 p.m., this afternoon and evening, that's when we're going to have the best chance of those storms. So very typical summer-like weather pattern here. Looking straight out the 395 toward the Patapsco right now. Not too bad. And, we talked about air quality, which is better than it's been, especially since compared to what we saw last week. 77 your current temp at BWI. Notice that dew point, 74 degrees. When we see dew points in the 70s, that's easy to get those storms going. And that's the dew point trend over the next 3 or 4 or 5 days, kind of that uncomfortable to miserable category. A hot and humid day today, and we'll keep the heat and humidity around through the rest of this week, which is only going to help to fire off some of those storms. Storm Prediction Center agrees, and you can see the slight risk. Notice that scale that is up there. Last week we had that enhanced risk. Today is a slight risk, so that's 2 on a level of or a scale from 1 to 5. And most of us along the 95 corridor and east out to the eastern shore, all under that slight risk for severe weather today. There's the cold front to the west, the area of low pressure over the Great Lakes. That cold front going to move into a very warm and unstable atmosphere with all that moisture as well. Through 10 a.m., though, we're going to stay dry. And even about 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's when things will start to get going in western Maryland. You can see that storm system developing through Frederick into Gaithersburg, Columbia, and Laurel by about 4 p.m. Starting to creep into the 95 and 83 corridor into that 5 o'clock hour. So if you are driving home or if you have outdoor plans in that 5, 6 p.m. hour, just know you're going to have to take cover, at least temporarily, as those storms roll through. Most of the storms should be out of here by about 8, 9 o'clock this evening. Maybe still a leftover scattered shower or thunderstorm possible. But those are the severe weather threats we've been talking about all morning long. That strong wind and the heavy rain, even that low end risk for a tornado as well. Upper 70s and lower 80s over the next couple of hours. You can see in your Rise and Shine cast. So it is already a warm morning, and we're going to see temperatures that will be hot today. Lower 90s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley to Baltimore City at 93, 90 in Chestertown and Stevensville, 89 Annapolis, lower 90s for you in Columbia and Laurel. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 90s going for today, and even down the ocean warm with temps in the mid 80s in Ocean City. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Weather alert day for today. We'll have the potential of a pop-up storm tomorrow, but a little less in the way of thunderstorm coverage on Tuesday, which is good news for your 4th of July plans. Then as you get back to work later this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it will be hot and muggy, lower 90s, but less of a thunderstorm chance, not until we get into this upcoming weekend. Taylor?
Alrighty, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. There are no major incidents report in the Baltimore region. You're looking live at the bridge here as last-minute travelers make their way to the Eastern Shore for the holiday.
4th of July extended holiday weekend comes to an end tomorrow. Now, if you have yet to set off those fireworks, stay tuned for the rules and regulations you need to follow to stay safe.
We're in Savage, Maryland this morning, right here at G&H Custom Workshop. Now, we're going to show you a craft maker's demonstration. It's going to be pretty interesting. I've never seen it before. We go out to see it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, that is my favorite song. We can play that all day. If you're looking to try something new, maybe spice up your next passion, and you can do it at an H&G workshop.
Yeah, Mark Clark live at the workshop this morning showing us how you can get creative in the kitchen for this grilling season. Of course, it's something around food. Like, there you go. We heard you were going to be crafty today.
All right, Tom. All right, enough of that, Tom. Okay, so we have Gabriel Hill. Gabriel is going to demonstrate his famous rub, right, Gabriel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it.
So break it down for us.
So this is going to be G's Always Smoke Rub. This is going to be something wonderful that I create for everything: pork, beef, chicken, whatever you want. So we have a little bit of garlic in here. We got some Hungarian paprika, and then some beautiful butcher's cut, black pepper. So what we're going to do is we're going to sweeten these things up with a little bit of brown sugar. Real nice, real nice. And then we have a concoction here of onion, cumin, coriander, as well as allspice, and some more black pepper just to add a touch more heat. Boom. We got that black mustard seed because we need some savory, and then hickory smoked sea salt, as well as vinegar powder to have that vinegar hit your tongue first and all the other flavors set in. So we're gonna mix all this stuff in together. Boom, 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 boom.
And you can try this at home. That's the beauty
Yes,
of this,
you definitely can. It also helps if you definitely have a sieve for the brown sugar to make sure you don't get these clumps. However, if you like clumps of sugar in what you want to eat, sweeten up your tooth. I'm not mad at it. All right, so last but not least, we have some chives to give a little bit of green flavor and some green spice to everything that's going on.
And so, Gabriel, we get so then you're going to bottle it. So, guys, this is again one of the many things you can do here. They do makers workshops or crafts, where you can learn how to do these things. Artisans come in and do this. We'll be here all morning long, and you're going to learn something new, just like Gabriel just showed us something new. Guys, this is awesome and perfect for cookout weather.
Exactly. Treat your dad right.
That's right.
Mark, you got to ask him, though. You got to ask Gabriel, how many times does he sneeze during the day? Seriously.
Gabriel, Tom wants to know, how many times do you sneeze, Gabriel?
How many times do I sneeze? I cough when I cook, so sneezing when I make spice blends isn't really a thing anymore.
Okay. I'm with you, Doc, but I can smell it. I can smell it.
Yes.
Amazing coming up.
So we got Hungarian paprika that adds a good amount of spice to this. So if you do enjoy spice, you can always throw a lot in there. If you want to spice it up even more, chipotle and red pepper.
Thanks, guys.
We can spice it up all day. We've got more information right now on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. This morning, we're on weather alert mode as we track the chance for severe storms later this afternoon.
Yeah, stay tuned all morning long and into the evening as our Weather Authority team of meteorologists keeps you up to date.
Continuing our coverage into that mass shooting over the weekend in South Baltimore. Just ahead, the concerns this is bringing up about how leaders are dealing with crime in the city. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you this July 3rd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Got to thank everyone that was out at the Heifer Parade yesterday, and Hannah Callahan, who put it together with KV Insurance. I mean, that whole group putting it together, a lot of fun. Thousands were out there. We avoided any of the heavy rainfall, any of the weather alert that we saw yesterday, but we're back into it again today.
That's right. And your 7:30 stretch moves were affected by all the moving you were doing yesterday.
And it was running around with all those kids throwing water balloons and everything. It's fun, but man, I'm feeling it this morning.
Well, good thing we can hand it on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because we're on weather alert, and you've got the...
Was it North or South York Road that won the Kansas?
Yeah, when we did the wave, down north, North was kind of pitiful. South definitely won it this year.
Okay,
next year, though, North's got to step it up. They'll get the
You guys are starting rivalries in Hartford County now.
All right, guys, all of us, north, south, east, and west, are going to be dealing with the weather alert for the afternoon. Everything is nice and calm right now. You can see my Charm City tank shot because the other ones are off camera over there. But looking at the 395 and the Patapsco, overall, everything is looking nice right now. It's muggy. It's warm. We're already seeing those low to mid and even upper 70s, almost 80 in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge right now. 75 your temp in Westminster. Aunt Margie and Mom up there hanging out this morning are tracking our strong storms for your weather alert day. Damaging wind and hail. Those are the two things we're going to be tracking. We do have a low-end risk for a brief spin of tornado for the afternoon. So your yard and gardening cast, get the yard work and stuff done this morning because it's heating up. We're talking about lower 90s as we take you to the afternoon. Hopefully some of that rain will help your yards. But again, got to watch for those showers and thunderstorms, especially later in the day, as they could be strong to severe. Back with your full forecast. We'll break it down for you hour by hour coming up.
Want this shooting to be treated just as it happened in rural America. We want everyone to come forward and say, treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event.
I came here in 1992, and it's too much. It's too much.
This community has been hurting for a long time, a long time.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, we continue our ongoing coverage of this weekend's mass shooting hitting the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood.
This is what we know right now. 30 victims, ranging in age from 13 years old to 32 years old. 14 of the people shot are minors under the age of 18. 2 people killed are 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi. 9 victims still in the hospital this morning. Police believe at least 2 people opened fire at this party, but they have not released any information about a possible suspect. Authorities are asking anyone with video information about the shooting to give them a call. Metro Crime Stoppers is offering an $8,000 reward.
Now, Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brandon Scott and other leaders for answers.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the latest on this ongoing search for those shooters. Shannon.
Well, as of this morning, Taylor and Tom, that manhunt is still underway. Police telling us there are likely 2 suspects, if not even more, in this case. But we want to get you straight to this video now that is circling all over social media. It shows a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack. Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley says he's seen the video himself, and anyone in the area with a gun is a potential suspect. But this video and the number of minors hurt during this mass shooting has many questioning the mayor's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that he put in place. Keep in mind, this shooting happened around 12:30 in the morning after midnight, which is well into curfew hours. The mayor, though, insisting mass shootings like these are less about the plan in place and more of a societal issue, especially with access to illegal guns.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Again, police are asking for anyone with information to come forward, and we know, Tom, that those tips are crucial in cases like these.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Shannon, this is something that has happened in the Brooklyn community for a long time now, a whole block party happening here. This will affect them for generations. So how are people reacting in the Brooklyn community this morning?
Well, certainly this was horrifying, Tom, for many of them. In fact, some of our reporters were on the ground right after the shooting happened, and they talked to witnesses who say they dropped everything and ran. Some say they're traumatized and will forever be traumatized by what they saw there early that morning. And we also spoke with some residents and people in the area several hours later. So take a listen to what they had to say for yourself.
We're hurting him. We got to make some kind of change. Babies are dying. My heart cries out to mothers, whether I know them or not. They're my children too.
I feel for everybody in this community because I just cannot imagine the people that were in their house and hearing that, kids. Oh my God, what can we say to these little kids?
Well, we do know that the agency Monzi has set up in that Brooklyn community, and they will be offering healing resources there for the next several weeks. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, the Baltimore City Police Union tweeting about the shooting. They're writing just 7 officers patrolling the Southern District when it happened. The FOP says 10 years ago, that number would have been 20. The tweet goes on to call on Mayor Scott to create a retention and recruitment plan to bring more officers to the department. The department is nearly 500 officers short.
Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the FOP's comments during a news conference on Sunday, saying the department is looking into it. Meanwhile, former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison appeared on CNN Sunday afternoon. He says he's never seen anything like this during his 4 years in Baltimore City.
I was, like most people, shocked and horrified at this horrific event. When you think about it, 30 people shot at a block party that had upwards of 100, maybe 200 or 300 people. That's very, very horrific and likely the most violent, the largest and most deadly and violent mass shooting the city has seen, certainly in recent years. Begin to ask myself, although I'm transitioning out, the acting commissioner is in the role, the very same questions about police presence and what was known, when it was known, and how could police not have known. And all of those questions, I believe the acting commissioner is asking right now.
Well, during this news conference, Mayor Brandon Scott mentioning homicides and non-fatal shootings are down compared to last year. But when you look at the crime trends over the past few years, we're seeing similar numbers. In fact, the mass shooting puts Baltimore on pace with non-fatal shootings this time in 2021. You see it here. 37 more people have been hurt in shootings than this time in 2020. The number of homicides lower so far this year, but former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says that sadly might not hold. Well, coming up in our next half hour, we continue our coverage of the mass shooting striking the city over the weekend, the action that needs to take place, according to a peace spokesperson.
This morning, we are on weather alert mode as storms expected to move in this afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker to see if things clear up before tomorrow's holiday. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We're 19 minutes away from 8 o'clock. Our weather alert day continues. Another day where we'll track some of those strong to severe thunderstorms late in the afternoon and into the evening time. Damaging wind, hail, two of the biggest things that we are tracking with this. Right now, our live cam here in Taos, we've got a few clouds already moving in. But the good news is with the rain that we've seen and the wind blowing some of that stagnant air around, our smoke has dissipated and our air quality is a lot better than what we saw last week. So definitely have the sunglasses for later today. It's going to be hot and humid, and keep the umbrella and the rain gear with you just in case, as some of those storms are going to be rolling in. We're talking lower 90s today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. We do have a chance for a couple of pop-up storms tomorrow, but it does look okay for tomorrow night's fireworks, and then we're a little drier later this week.
Well, lives may have been saved, all thanks to an amusement park goer in North Carolina. Still to come, how a lucky catch may have averted disaster. 4th of July celebrations continue as we are gearing up for tomorrow's holiday. After the break, what you need to know to stay safe before setting off any fireworks. 7:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
Every year, fireworks displays land people in the hospital. In just 2021, over 11,000 people were treated with fireworks-related injuries, according to the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. It doesn't have to be that way. Charles Gilman from Gilman and Bedigian joins us now. I've already heard some people set off fireworks in Baltimore over the weekend, but that's not legal, apparently.
No, in order to have pyrotechnics displays, you need to have a permit from the state fire marshal. There are some well, I don't want to call them fireworks, but sparklers and things like that you can buy at these store or any store, and you can use those legally, but there's still a lot of risks with those. But certainly you should not be using homemade fireworks. You shouldn't be using anything, well, that can hurt you or anybody else around you or start fires. But like you said at the beginning, it doesn't stop people just because it's illegal.
Right. And those sparklers are usually like a family favorite. I know kids love to hold them, but that's not necessarily safe either.
No, they're responsible. Those little sparklers are responsible. They can cause third-degree burns on anybody, especially young kids if they're being used without supervision. They also, third-degree burns are nothing to sneeze at, nothing to laugh at. That's very serious as well.
All right. So, is there anything else people need to know if they want to set up fireworks in their own? I mean, they want to set off fireworks or see fireworks this weekend. What would your advice be to them to stay in line with the regulations here that are in our state?
Look, one of the best things you can do is find out where the fireworks display is nearest you. It's probably permitted by the state fire marshal. Head over to that place. Like we tell people, take a picnic basket, take a blanket, and take whatever you want in that picnic basket and go have a good time and watch the professionals do it. It's going to be a lot safer than you trying to do it at home.
All right. We'll definitely keep that in mind as the 4th gets underway. Thank you so much, Charles, for joining us.
All right. Thank you, Taylor. Have a great 4th.
You too. All righty. Weather alert mode.
That's exactly right. Yeah, Taylor, 7:47 is your time right now as we look out over the Bromo Seltzer Tower. We do have some cloud cover that is hanging around. Our temperatures already, you can see on the right side of your screen, most of us are hanging out in the mid to upper 70s, so already feeling the muggy conditions out there. Officially 77 at BWI Thurgood Marshall, humidity at 90%. When you get dew points in the low to mid 70s, that means we've got that very warm and moist atmosphere out there. Our muggy meter staying in that gross category for today with the increase in humidity. So dew points in the 70s. Daytime temperatures in the 90s, perfect recipe for strong to severe storms to develop, which is why the Storm Prediction Center has all of us in the yellow. That is a slight risk for severe weather, and millions up and down the East Coast for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., all the way down through Richmond, Virginia, under that yellow area or that slight risk. And that includes our friends in the Eastern Shore. So if you are heading out there today, maybe you're going to be coming back tomorrow, you're going to have to deal with some of those thunderstorms here for the later part of the afternoon and possibly tomorrow as well. So we have this trough of low pressure here at the surface. That basically means we have the uplift that's going to be possible. You get that rising air, those big towering cumulus clouds turning into cumulonimbus, and that's what we should see for the afternoon. Notice on your hourly future scan, 10 o'clock this morning, we're staying dry. Maybe picking up a couple of showers here and there, but then as we get in about 2, 3 o'clock the afternoon, we will see the daytime heating. We'll get things warming up, and then you're going to start to see those showers and storms building. And this is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the latest model run. This updates every hour, so still looking pretty good in that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock time range. That's when we'll see the best chance of those storms developing. With that being said, we're going to see some heavy rain and some damaging wind gusts along that line of showers and storms. More than likely, those severe thunderstorm warnings popping. Hopefully, only severe thunderstorm warnings and not tornado warnings. And then even later tonight, a couple of scattered showers left over. So any plans you have for this evening, including any kind of fireworks, just know we could have to deal with some delays with some of those showers and storms rolling through. The safety is key and paramount, right? Hail is going to be the issue, as well as strong wind, heavy rain, and that low-end threat for an isolated spin-up tornado. So the dynamics look a little more favorable for that happening today as opposed to what we saw yesterday. So golfers, if you are going to try to head out maybe on your holiday, if you're taking the day off today, lower 80s through 9 a.m. and right about 90 into that noon hour. It's this afternoon when those storms roll in. You want to make sure to get off the course and get into shelter. Upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Lower 90s for Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, down through Baltimore City. 91 in Dundalk. Upper 80s in Perry Hall and White Marsh today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see a lot of those lower 90s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, all the way down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, even Annapolis at 90 for your high this afternoon. So weather alert day for today. We do have an isolated chance for an isolated thunderstorm for tomorrow afternoon, but tomorrow evening does look good for the fireworks on the 4th. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, less of a chance for storms, but the hot and muggy conditions continue toward the end of the week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at the Bay Bridge, traffic's moving along just fine. No issues to report this morning. Some great news there. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist on 32 heading toward Sykesville. Again, cloudy skies. There was some sun earlier. It looks like it's a little bit duller this morning, but remember to still wear your sunblock.
And we're at C&H Custom Workshop this morning, and you can learn a new craft. You can become a maker. Maker's Workshop is coming up next.
And we're just one day away from Independence Day. After the break, where you can celebrate here in Baltimore.
And if you're out watching the fireworks late last night, the coffee hits a little different this morning.
Especially if you're drinking it with a Cinnabon and not sharing with your co-anchor. It's time for a coffee break. Don't put me out there.
7:54 and trending now. Lucky spotting at an amusement park may have averted disaster and saved a lot of lives. An amusement park goer at Carowinds in North Carolina spots a crack in the support pillar of the Fury 325 Giga roller coaster. After reporting it, the park will shut the ride down for repairs. When the ride turns a corner, the top right of the pillar can be seen shifting. You see that shift a little bit right there? A report also says someone called 911 about the crack. The Fury 325 is billed as America's tallest, fastest, longest Giga roller coaster, reaching 95 miles per hour with an 81-degree drop.
Also trending this morning, the countdown to Independence Day, it's almost over. If you're looking to celebrate here in Baltimore, the Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, BSO, and the Waterfront Partnership are teaming up to host a 4th of July celebration. It includes a picnic at West Shore Park starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow, and then a BSO concert at the Harbor Place Amphitheater at 8:30, and then those fireworks go off at 9:15.
Well, as tomorrow marks the end of this 4th of July weekend celebration, the Battle of the Bun is on. According to Instacart, there are some regional trends when Americans are celebrating their 4th of July cookouts. When it comes to hamburgers or hot dogs, 30 states plus Washington, D.C. buy hot dogs and they're matching in buns the most. As you can see, Maryland is on the side of the battle, too. You can see it right here. Mainly the Northeast, South, and Upper Pacific Northwest are taking their burger side.
Well, we're on a weather alert today as those storms could bring damaging wind and actually hail later today.
That's right. All morning long into the evening, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists tracking when the sky is expected to clear up for the holiday.
30 people are shot in a mass shooting over the weekend in South Baltimore. Just ahead, we're live with the manhunt that is now underway. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This morning, 2 people are dead, 28 injured, including 14 minors after this weekend's deadly mass shooting in Baltimore. A manhunt now underway for the suspects.
And we're starting off on a weather alert this morning with severe thunderstorms expected later this afternoon. Justin Chambers is tracking the latest weather maker in our area.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 8 o'clock and new this morning, Baltimore police have identified 2 victims in yesterday's mass shooting that shook a Baltimore community. Thank you for joining us this Monday morning, July 3rd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. But first, we're on weather alert this morning. Severe storms may strike throughout the area. Let's get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. Tom, good morning to all of you as well. We had some of those strong to severe thunderstorms, which put us in weather alert mode yesterday afternoon and evening. Even caused some damage in parts of Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and Queen Anne's County as well, with some trees being down. Today, damaging wind gusts again, and some hail is going to be also on the table. Our Towson Cam, a little cloudy right now, but we definitely are seeing the muggy conditions, and we're already warming up. Our weather alert day for that damaging wind and hail and the heavy rain expected this afternoon into the evening time. That 2 to 7 o'clock time frame is going to be the best timing for those storms to develop. But look, we're already at 78 in Baltimore City. We're close to 80 in Dundalk already this hour. Mid-70s in Bel Air out to Joppatown at this time. So next couple of hours, all the temperatures are going to do is go up. We're talking about low to mid 80s through the 11 o'clock hour, and we'll sneak into the 90s by noon today on our way to the lower 90s for your highs this afternoon. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll break down exactly what we can expect and who will see some of those storms rolling through. Back to you.
This tragic incident is another glaring, unfortunate example of the deep issues of violence in Baltimore and Maryland and this country, and particularly gun violence and the access to illegal guns.
Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the families, friends, this community, and our city as a whole.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Police currently searching for the suspects who shot 30 people in South Baltimore early yesterday morning, leaving 2 victims dead.
The shooting happened at a family-friendly block party in the Brooklyn Homes community.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from police headquarters to break down the case and the ongoing manhunt. Shannon.
Yeah, as of this morning, right now, Tom, that manhunt is still underway, and police are telling us that they believe there are at least 2 suspects, but possibly even more. So, of course, right here at City Police headquarters, officers have their work cut out for them as they continue to search for those suspects and also for a motive and whether or not this shooting was random or targeted. What we are learning more about now, though, are those victims. Take a look right here at your screen. On the left, that's 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi, and on the right, 18-year-old Alaya Gonzalez. Both were killed in this mass shooting in South Baltimore's Brooklyn section Sunday morning. Metro Crime Stoppers is now offering an $8,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest. Now, the other victims injured range in ages from just 13 years old to 32, and we are talking mostly teenagers who were shot, 14 minors total. 9 victims are still in the hospital with a couple in critical condition, according to Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley. Now, this barrage of gunfire erupted during a block party early Sunday morning, and look at this. Video circling on social media shows a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack.
I've seen the video. Anyone who has a gun that's in that area is a potential suspect.
We're not going to be dismayed by cowards that committed this mass shooting, and we're going to continue to remove those folks off the street. And as I said earlier, I hope these folks don't sleep well, because we're not going to sleep until we pull them off.
The mayor and acting police commissioner making those comments in a press conference that happened yesterday evening. And in that press conference, they are also urging the public, if you saw anything, if you know anything, call police or the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
As Shannon mentioned, 14 minors were injured in this shooting. Now, many are questioning Mayor Brandon Scott's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that is currently in place.
And you show me where the curfew's working at. Because I can tell you, as an EMT out here in Baltimore, I pick up more juveniles than I do adults. So don't let Brandon Scott fool you.
FOX 45 News pressing Mayor Scott on his summer crime plan and whether or not he says it is working. He insists it is, and mass shootings like this are a societal issue.
This is not about whether the police department or Monty or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Now, Governor Wes Moore released a statement on this shooting saying his heart breaks for the victims, their families, and the Baltimore community. The statement goes on to say, we as a state will continue to do everything we can to prevent senseless acts of violence like the one we saw last night. The governor was not at yesterday's news conference, nor was anyone from his office. We did reach out to the governor's office asking why he wasn't in Baltimore yesterday and when we could expect him to be in the city to address this. We've not yet heard back. It is important to note, though, the governor was part of a news conference in Annapolis last month, one day after 6 people were shot there.
While Governor Moore was not at yesterday's news conference, Senate President Bill Ferguson was a shooting happening in his district. He apologized to the victims and the community, saying state lawmakers have done all they can to stop the violence.
We've done what we could at the state level to try and find ways for it to be harder to get guns into people's hands. But this is the problem with too many guns in too many hands of people that make life and death decisions. It is not okay. Something has to give.
Senate President also saying lawmakers did what they could to find ways to make it more difficult for people to get guns. But during the last session, lawmakers only passing one law dealing with gun offenders. Several other bills, including the Repeat Violent Offender Act, never made it past committee. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dans pressing Ferguson on that.
We have a lot of laws on the books. We have a lot of places where somebody, if they're arrested, will be held accountable. From what I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
Now, Olivia also pressed the Senate president on whether now is the time to call a special legislative session to address the crime crisis. He did not give us a straight answer.
What about an emergency session with the governor? Is that a possibility?
I think it's still too early to know what exactly the circumstances are. What I know is that there were too many guns that were too accessible that led to 28, now 30 people having been shot. We have to figure out what the facts are.
Giovanni Patterson, the founder for the community advocacy group Peace, says the fifth and largest mass shooting in Baltimore this year is reason enough for Governor Moore to call a special session to address gun and crime violence in Baltimore City.
If we look at the bills that were passed, nothing really addressed, the criminal element, right? People are doing this because they know they can.
Now, earlier this year, we asked you if you think lawmakers should call a special session to tackle the crime crisis. 95% of voters at that time said yes. Well, we're asking again. Do you think Governor Wes Moore should call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 96% of voters say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Fox 45 News was the first on the scene and online. Our team of reporters, including Rebecca Pryor, Vincent Hill, working through the night to bring you the latest on this late-breaking news. Fox 45 will continue to stay on top of the developing story and bring you any updates on air and online. You can find all of our original reporting right now on our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Coming up, more from the current and former police commissioners as they react to this weekend's mass shooting. Why one local leader says this is unlike anything he's seen before.
In our 9 o'clock hour, we take you out west where wildfires are devastating Washington state. Wicked weather strikes across the country.
Our temperatures are mild and muggy, even warm conditions right now. We'll talk about how much hotter we get this afternoon coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Welcome back. Our weather alert day continues, tracking strong storms, damaging wind, hail. Those are going to be the two big things we'll be tracking. Those storms starting after about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Not really an issue right now, but statewide, look at these numbers. Mid to upper 60s for western Maryland, mid to upper 70s, even some lower 80s already on the eastern shore over to Chestertown and Denton down through La Plata. So again, those numbers are going to keep rising today, and that's going to help to fuel some of the thunderstorm activity for the afternoon. We'll break it down for you more coming up in our weather alert day in just a few.
All right, stick with us. Our Fox 45 News team of meteorologists is tracking the storms, and they're going to do so throughout the day. Chief Meteorologist Jonathan Myers will track the system for your evening commute.
As you just heard him, coming up next, we continue tracking the severe weather, letting you know how long the weather alert will last. Our meteorologist Justin Chambers returns with your full Weather Authority forecast.
And first, some critics say city leaders aren't doing enough to keep Baltimore residents safe. A spokesperson from Peace joins us live to discuss what the city should do next. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
First, the mayor's responsibility. In the city charter, the mayor's responsibility is to be a conservator of peace. And when we ask what that means, or ask what's going on in our city, is this a peaceful city? Are we seeing the peace conserved?
Well, that's Peace Chairman Giovanni Patterson responding to 30 people shot early Sunday morning in Baltimore. Outrage, disgust, anger over this hate crime, over this mass shooting, and many say it should have been stopped. Patterson went on to say we need serious action, meaningful action to be taken by the government. Joining us now with what action needs to be done, Peace spokesperson Uripsy Morgan. Good morning, Uripsy.
Good morning.
A lot of rhetoric right now, a lot of emotions coming out, a lot of people saying things, pointing fingers at how this mass shooting, horrible situation unfolded. What do we do? What is the action? We keep talking about something needs to be done. What is that?
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, Tom, because, look, I think like most of us that woke up on Sunday morning and saw the news, and of course to see Baltimore at the national headlines again for something so atrocious, 30 people shot. I mean, we talk about, hopes and prayers and things like that, but you're right. What we need is action. And so what we are doing is calling on the governor to call a special session, because of all the statements that I saw from politicians, the only one who included a piece of action was Ivan Bates, the state's attorney. In his statement, he specifically called for legislation that has been introduced and failed to pass regarding repeat violent offenders and making the possession of a handgun a felony, an illegal handgun. Those are two things that were brought before the legislature, and even Baltimore City politicians rejected it.
That was a big fight. Also, we saw the last session, though, with Bates trying to get just one of those to make it across the board 5 years if you're in possession of this. Another, though, reaction from last session, too, was their number one priority was Senate Bill 1. That was going after legal gun holders. So you're looking at this going, okay, does that help the situation at all? You heard from Senate President Bill Ferguson saying, the state has done and put all the laws in place that we can do. This is something else. This is a societal issue.
That just makes my blood boil to say that, how can you say that this is all that you can do? If you can't do anything else, then find another job. Find something that allows you to sit in a seat and not do anything for the people of Baltimore. I mean, when you think about it, even Senator Antonio Hayes, who was asked by FOX45 during legislation about the repeat violent offenders bill, he said he didn't support it. He'd rather go the education route. Well, fine, but talk to the to the victims, the families of these people who were shot, and ask them if they would like to see repeat violent offenders kept in jail like the elected state's attorney, Ivan Bates, has called for. Do something about this problem, not just anything. We have two specific pieces of legislation, and Governor Westmore, who is more than happy to go on the national news, right, and tout his accomplishments in Baltimore City, he's even started to push back on the gas tax, right? Democrats have passed this gas tax. Well, you know what? If he is happy to push back on that, then we are calling on him to also push back on this lack of leadership when it comes to violence, especially repeat violent offenders, and call for a special session, pass these two pieces of legislation, and let's make Baltimore City safer.
Just those two pieces? Is there anything else that Peace would like to see?
Listen, I think we are open to the discussion because there are so many things that are going on in Baltimore City. And when you have 30 people shot, then I think it does beg the question, what else can we do? But if we don't at least open the door and start with these two building block steps, if you are in possession of an illegal firearm, it should be a felony, and a Repeat Violent Offenders Act to keep people behind bars who are committing these atrocities in our community. If you're not even willing to start there, then do you even care about Baltimore?
Leave it right there. You're Rep. Morgan with Peace. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time right now is just about 8:15. Let me look at the clock right here because I've got to go over here to find the clock. 8:18, excuse me. It's looking outside right now from our live cam in downtown Baltimore. And you can see the stadiums right there. O's did get the win yesterday, avoided the sweep. They're on the road to play the Yankees and got a couple of All-Stars now that are going to be representing in Seattle on the All-Star game next Tuesday night right here on FOX45. So you'll be able to cheer on your Baltimore Orioles. But looking outside right now, actually seeing a few light showers being reported. We'll pull up that radar here in just a second. Our temperatures mild, upper 70s, even warm for some of you. And notice that humidity at 87%. So we definitely have the moisture in play. And that dew point temperature, it's going to hang in the lower 70s for the next couple of days. So definitely a hot and muggy week ahead for the first full week of July. Here's a look at our HD radar. So a few of those showers right there in Towson, out toward Randallstown, just south of Owings Mills. Only rain showers. We're not getting any lightning strikes at this time. But some heavier rain has just moved across northern Hartford County, right into Cecil County. We're seeing that right now over to Bayview, north of Elkton, kind of right along that 95 corridor with the moderate to heavier rain showers. And sort of the larger picture showing us just a couple of these light showers that are moving through to the west of us out toward Frederick. This is all part of that larger next weather maker that's going to be developing as we head to the afternoon. We've got that trough of low pressure. We have the heat from the day to day, and then that cold front's going to move in later this afternoon. And that's what's prompted the Storm Prediction Center to paint a large area of the East Coast under that slight risk for severe weather. That's all the yellow that you see right here. The entire eastern shore, the entire state of Delaware, most of Maryland, and even up into parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania down through Virginia under that slight risk. And that includes all of us here at home on our local area in central Maryland. Now, we'll get an update from the SPC at 9 a.m., so we'll see if this changes at all, but more than likely going to stay in that slight risk category. So here's what's going on with our hourly future scan. A few showers right now. We'll take a break. We'll get things heating up in the afternoon by about 3 p.m. That's when some more of those storms start to develop from Frederick down through Gaithersburg, moving right into the Baltimore region by about 4 p.m. Columbia down through Laurel into the 95 and 83 corridor. This is when those storms are going to start walking right through the area, moving right through the area in that 5, 6 o'clock hour. So your drive home or your afternoon, evening plans. And again, a couple of scattered storms possible as we head into the evening tonight. So just be aware of that. Strong wind, heavy rain, hail, all on the table. We do have that isolated risk for a brief spin-up tornado. So something we have to watch for as well. Upper 80s and lower 90s. These are high temperatures today that are above average. Lower 90s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., even down the ocean in the mid 80s in Ocean City for this afternoon. Here's your 7-day forecast. So weather alert day today. Tomorrow, we have less of a chance of widespread storms, but still that threat does exist for at least a pop-up storm on Tuesday afternoon. But by Tuesday night, it is looking good for all the fireworks celebrations in terms of those storms moving out of here, and we'll keep those 90s going until the end of this week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking around the region here to see if we see any issues to report. We do have one marker, though, and it is some debris in the roadways. You're looking at the Bay Bridge right here. There's just a little bit of a slowdown, 95 South, right at Caton Avenue, and that looks like it's southbound lanes to the right-hand side. Everyone's moving along just fine. Hardly any traffic because most people are lucky and don't have to work today. Coming up in our next hour, 4 Baltimore Birds joining the lineup for the next week's Major League Baseball All-Star Game, where you can catch the O's on the diamond.
This morning with G&H Custom Workshop. First, let's clear the air with some sage. But we're going to talk about marbling, water marbling. Have you ever heard of it before? I have not. Did I say it correctly? Hopefully. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, it's so Baltimore. If you're looking to try something new this summer, look no further than One Maryland workshop that could help you find your new favorite hobby. In Be More Lifestyles, Mark Clark is out live at G&H Workshop, honing his crafting skills, and now you're doing water marbling. Mark, I've seen videos on, say, like TikTok and Instagram, but this is a real thing.
Look at you, Tom. On top of it, no, this isn't baby Brad Pitt. This is Odin. And ladies, I have his number if you want to. So Odin, Tom just said he saw this on TikTok. So what are we doing here? What's it called? Water marbling?
Yes. So this is water marbling. Basically, all you got to do is put like a thickening agent in it. You pour your dye in it. You can use one of these or something to make a design in it. Just drag it along through it, and then you're gonna dip whatever you're dipping. Right now we're gonna be dipping coasters, but this is an example of what.
Okay, a little coaster for the house?
Yep. So you're just gonna hold it like this, and then slowly drop it in.
Boom!
Boom.
Beautiful. That is pretty awesome. Just like that, voila!
Voila.
And that's what they do, guys, here at G&H. I mean, they basically have so many amazing products here. Tom, you know those people that are hard to buy for?
Yes.
This is the perfect place to come. They have so many unique ideas. And imagine that. Look at that. Yeah. Boom.
I mean, my goodness.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas with that. And if you make it yourself, I mean, that even adds a little bit of another element, personalizing it.
That's right. That's right. And then, again, ladies, the single if you're...
Poor guy.
Yeah, this is one of the classes we have here.
he's trying to change the subject back again, Mark. All right.
I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay, Odin.
Look, he's getting ready.
It's a wrap, Odin.
Right. Don't leave him alone right now. You want to hang out with Mark Clark and do some marbling and get embarrassed. If you'd like some more information, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Up next, we have the latest updates on this weekend's mass shooting that happened in Baltimore, how state and local leaders reacting to the tragedy.
And as we continue our coverage into that mass shooting, we are looking at some of the concerns that are rising about how city leaders are handling violence following this terrible crime. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you, July 3rd here. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Big change happening. That's why we have the weather alert up again. You maybe go outside and go, yeah, it's a little bit of cloudy, a little bit of smoke.
Yeah, no, but it's going to be storms, actually. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is checking out our forecast for us.
You know, Tom, you mentioned the smoke. It's actually a lot better. So our air quality has really increased over the last couple of days, or improved, I should say. That is good news. But, yeah, some of the hazy conditions out there still. And we are actually seeing a few showers rolling through in parts of the area right now, especially for you up in Harford and Cecil counties, even parts of Baltimore County seeing a few light showers. Later today, this is why we're weather alert, tracking strong to severe thunderstorms with damaging wind gusts and hail. Even the brief spin-up tornado can't rule that out just yet. Now, as you head out the door, even if it's cloudy right now, still get the sunglasses because we're going to see more sunshine today as the ground heats up, and then have the umbrella and the rain gear ready to go as well with some of those storms. Hopefully the rain helping your yards and gardens with the rain coming through. But again, when you see trees knocked over and you talk about damage, that's when we have issues, and that's why we're weather alert today. We're going to stay in the lower 90s today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. A little bit less of a chance of storms tomorrow. In fact, we're just talking an isolated threat on Tuesday afternoon, with that storm activity moving out of here by Tuesday night, just in time for the 4th fireworks. And then Wednesday will be a little bit drier, but temperatures staying in the 90s this week.
Want this shooting to be treated just as it happened in rural America. We want everyone to come forward and say, treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event.
I came here in 1992, and it's too much. It's too much.
This community has been hurting for a long time, a long time.
Turning now to a city in crisis, our ongoing coverage of this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore's Brooklyn homes.
This is what we know right now. 30 of the victims range in age from 13 to 32 years old. 14 of those who were shot are under the age of 18. 2 people killed here, 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kylis Bagbemi. 9 victims are still in the hospital this morning, and police say they believe at least 2 people opened fire at this block party. They haven't released any information about a possible suspect or shooter. Authorities are asking anyone with video of this incident to call police. Metro Crime Stoppers now offering an $8,000 reward for any information.
Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brandon Scott and other leaders for answers.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now with the latest search for those shooters. Shannon.
Well, right now, Taylor and Tom, that manhunt continues, and police have said they believe there are likely 2 suspects, if not even more, in this case. But first, we want to get you straight to this video that's circling all over social media. You can see right there a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack. Well, Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley says he's seen the video, and anyone in this area with a gun at that time is a potential suspect. But this video and the number of minors that were hurt during this mass shooting has many questioning the mayor's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that he put in place. Keep in mind that this shooting happened around 12:30 in the morning, so after midnight, which is well into curfew hours. The mayor, though, insisting that mass shootings like these are less about the plan in place and more of a societal issue, especially with access to illegal guns.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
So police are asking for anyone with information to come forward, to call police or the Metro Crime Stoppers. And we know, guys, that those tips are absolutely crucial.
Shannon, how are people in this community responding to this mass shooting?
Well, of course, this was just horrifying, Taylor, for many of them. In fact, we had reporters that were on the ground just after the shooting happened, and they spoke to witnesses. And those witnesses, some of them say that they dropped everything and ran. Others say they're traumatized and will forever be traumatized by what they saw. We also spoke with more people in the hours following the shooting. Listen to what they had to say for yourself.
We're hurting him. We got to make some kind of change. Babies are dying. My heart cries out to mothers, whether I know them or not. They're my children too.
I feel for everybody in this community because I just cannot imagine the people that were in their house and hearing that, kids. Oh my God, what can we say to these little kids?
Now, we do know that Monzi agency has set up resources in this Brooklyn neighborhood, and they do plan to be there offering those healing resources for the next several weeks. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The Baltimore City Police Union tweeting about the shooting, writing just 7 officers were patrolling the Southern District when it happened. The FOP then writes 10 years ago, that number would have been 20. Tweet goes on to call on Mayor Scott to create a retention and recruitment plan to bring more officers in. The department is nearly 500 officers short.
Now, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the FOP's comments during a news conference just yesterday. He says the department is looking into it. Meanwhile, former Commissioner Michael Harrison appeared on CNN Sunday afternoon. He says he's never seen anything like this during his 4 years in Baltimore City.
I was, like most people, shocked and horrified at this horrific event. When you think about it, 30 people shot at a block party that had upwards of 100, maybe 200 or 300 people. That's very, very horrific and likely the most violent, the largest and most deadly and violent mass shooting the city has seen, certainly in recent years. Begin to ask myself, although I'm transitioning out, the acting commissioner is in the role, the very same questions about police presence and what was known, when it was known, and how could police not have known? And all of those questions, I believe the acting commissioner is asking right now.
Well, during the news conference, Mayor Scott mentioned homicides, non-fatal shootings, they are down compared to last year. But when you look at the crime trends over the last few years, we're seeing similar numbers. In fact, look at this right here. Mass shooting puts Baltimore on pace with non-fatal shootings at this time in 2021, with 37 more people have been hurt in shootings than this time in 2020. The number of homicides are lower so far this year, but former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says that sadly may not hold.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Local and state leaders are reacting to the mass shooting. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates saying in a statement, while his thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, there needs to be more than thoughts and prayers. The statement goes on to say we need a policy change in Maryland, particularly in Baltimore. He says we need, quote, a policy that helps us hold repeat violent offenders accountable and reduces the number of illegal firearms in our communities.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon also weighing in, writing, quote, while no amount of planning could have prevented such a horrific act from occurring, it further highlights the need for responsible leadership that takes ownership of their failures as much as their successes.
This weekend's mass shooting has some questioning whether the governor should call a special session on crime here in Maryland. Topping our next half hour, we press the Senate president for a response.
This morning's weather alert continues as severe thunderstorms will be rolling in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at your forecast coming up. 8:39 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back, everybody. A weather alert day does continue here this morning. You can see our HD radar. We're seeing just a few light showers that just rolled through northern Baltimore, out in the outer loop of the Beltway, so northern part of the city up through the county, and then also out toward parts of Hartford and Cecil counties. That's where some of those showers have just rolled through. But we're tracking the next weather maker. That's going to be more showers and thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Some of those could be strong to severe at times. We'll break down the timing of that activity coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Up next, how many singles say finances trump looks when searching for a partner? Single or married, stick around for our live interview on how money impacts your love life. And the 4th of July is almost here, where you can go to see those fireworks light up the sky right here in Charm City. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, get this. A new study shows around 40% of singles say a potential partner's financial health is more important than their looks. Well, President and founder of matchmaking service Luma, April Davis, joining us live this morning to discuss. And you say having the money conversation early is important.
Yeah, well, some people even want you to put it on your profile, put your credit score on your profile. They would love to see that just so they can understand where you're at and how, your values show. They're reflected in money and how you handle money.
So there's obviously been a shift. There's a lot of inflation right now. It's still high. And so it appears that partners are now more interested in making sure that someone's financial health is up to par before they get together. Why do you go ahead?
I think COVID really played an impact on people's security and sense of security, and a relationship, a partner can help you to feel more secure. And everyone knows how expensive everything is right now, and prices have been soaring. That you basically need 2 incomes in order to
survive.
Right.
Okay, so traditionally the man always pays for dinner. But who should pay for dinner? I mean, does this change from date to date?
You know, now people are saying that they want whoever asks for the date is the one that they think that should actually pay for the date.
Oh, I don't.
I have a different. Yeah, I have a different perspective on that. You know, I always say that it's the you know, if it's a man and a woman, it's the gentlemanly thing to do is to offer to pay for the date. However, if you are a lady, you do not accept it if you have no intention of going out on another date with that guy. You shouldn't take advantage of him.
Well, money can be a touchy conversation, and I'm asking as a single, how do you approach it in a way that is respectful and doesn't kind of get into murky water, but making sure if you bring something to the table, I need to know that you do too.
Well, I think communication is key. So it's actually, millennials are more likely to talk about money up front and also within a relationship. So it's important to have that conversation regularly so you understand where you're at, and it also leads to greater happiness as well. And then another thing, what I thought was interesting is that millennials are less likely to put their incomes together, put their money together, whereas baby boomers are more, it's more traditional. Absolutely. That's how they would do it. But so people are keeping it separate and just talking about it more because it is such a huge thing in people's lives and one of the leading causes of divorce, of course.
Right. You know, and what you were saying about that shift, I mean, I just know in my friend circle, they believe having your own finances before hitching up with someone is important. Do you think that it's important that someone has their own credit score on their profile or lets their partner know? How important do you think that this is early on?
I think it's important to be financially responsible, and people are looking for others that are responsible because, I mean, it's reflective of your values. And if somebody is not financially healthy, that tells you that maybe they can't be dependent for other things.
So it's more than just money.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if they are somebody that just will go out and spend a bunch of money on a whim, you know, how much self-control do they really have? You know, are they going to be good in a relationship because they're not very disciplined or don't have that self-control and can hold back? So.
All right. Thank you so much, April. I'm going to take your tips with me as I figure out my financial situation and my partner.
Sounds good.
Thank you, April. All right.
Our weather alert day is today, and our live cam here in Towson, that's what that animation was for right there. You can see that live cam right now. We definitely have the hazy conditions, those hazy skies that we're looking at right now. Luckily, our air quality is a little bit better than what we've seen recently. Upper 70s is what we're looking for your temperature. The dew point, it's 74 degrees, and those dew point temperatures are going to stay in the 70s, not only today, but through the rest of this week. So that muggy meter in the gross category, you get those daytime temperatures in the lower 90s with dew points in the 70s, and that really helps to kind of fuel some of the thunderstorm action that we could see later today. So our HD radar, we saw a few showers that just rolled through the northern edge of the outer loop of the Beltway here, now up toward Hartford and Cecil County. Also, those showers have pushed on for now. Sort of the larger picture showing us a couple of light showers to the south of Frederick at this time. As we get later into the day, we're going to see this cold front right here, and that's going to move into much warmer air. All of that moisture and instability that's going to be in place from that daytime heating, and the front is going to be kind of the thing that will initiate some of these thunderstorms. So up and down the East Coast, millions of Americans under the threat for severe weather, with the yellow areas a slight risk. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. That includes pretty much all of us here in central Maryland. You can see all the way out toward Carroll and parts of Frederick County. We'll get an update from the SPC at the top of the hour, so I'll let you know if any of that changes. Taking a look at our hourly future scan, these are the hourly updates that come through with our weather models, and right now still looking like we're dry through about 2:30 or so. This is 3 p.m. and that's when some of those showers and storms will develop from Frederick down through Gaithersburg toward Laurel, moving toward the Baltimore region in that 4 o'clock hour. So that's going to be the prime time. After 2 p.m. is when things are going to get much more active, and that's going to stay that way through about 5 o'clock this afternoon with those showers and storms moving through. Even the 6 o'clock hour, expecting to see some more of those storms to the south and to the east as well. And then all of that does move out of here by about 9 o'clock, but don't think we're done. We may still see a few leftover showers and storms through the late night hours tonight. So basically an active weather day today with that afternoon and the severe threats: hail, strong wind, heavy rain. A brief spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out. So it's a little bit more active today in the atmosphere than what we saw yesterday. That means if we're going to be out there playing some golf today, lower 80s next hour on your 4 forecast. 90 by about noontime and into the lower 90s through 2 and 3 o'clock. But again, when those thunderstorms build, you got to make sure to get off the course and get inside. Remember what I always say, when thunder roars, head indoors. Mid to upper 80s for Carroll County, lower 90s for Cockeysville and Towson into Baltimore City, 91 in Dundalk this afternoon. 90s will continue through most areas, but some upper 80s for you, Bel Air and Aberdeen, up into Perryman and northeast Cecil County, also close to 90 in Elkton today. Weather alert day today. We do have that chance for a storm for tomorrow afternoon, but looks like things are drying out nicely for tomorrow evening for the fireworks, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we keep those 90s going with the heat and humidity lasting through the rest of the week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. We've got a dog and a duck, or at least a foam duck looking out the window. So great shot there. And we would love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, tomorrow's the 4th of July, and the Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra, and Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore are all teaming up to celebrate. The festivities include a red, white, and blue picnic at West Shore Park at 3 o'clock and a BSO concert at Harbor Place Amphitheater at 8:30. The night is going to finish off with fireworks at 9:15. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, if you're chasing that runner's high this summer, you'll want to stick around. We've got some tips to help you stay on top of strength training.
All morning long, we've been at G&H Custom Workshop making things. Up next, beautiful jewelry. That's right. Coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
But it's now time for a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, a green leafy food normally thought to be good for you may contain other bad things for your health. A report from Alliance for Natural Health says kale samples brought from grocery stores across the country were tested for toxic chemicals. The chemical is linked to cancer, immune system, liver, and fertility issues. It's believed that kale could be grown in contaminated fields or with tainted irrigation water. And if you're a big meat lover, pay attention. Tyson's Food is making a change to its labeling for some chicken products due to changes in the use of antibiotics. The Arkansas-based meat processor says it's going to be reintroducing some antibiotics to its chicken supply chain products. And it's going to drop the "No Antibiotics Ever" tagline from its branded chicken label. The labeling change affects all fresh, frozen, and ready-made products under the Tyson brand. And as you continue to stock up on those groceries, a survey says rising expenses are sinking Americans' financial wealth and their ability to cover emergencies. The survey from Lending Club Corporation says Americans are losing ground as expenses continue to climb. And that's affecting savings and their ability to withstand a theoretical $400 emergency. Lending Club says the $400 emergency benchmark measured by the Federal Reserve ever since 2013 is now outdated and does not reflect real experiences. Lending Club says the average emergency expense is actually $1,700. All right, now it's time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Gnocchi.
I absolutely love to cook, and I've been looking for the perfect utensils my whole life. Well, I found them, the Spurtles from Mad Hungry. These are really the only 4 tools you need in your kitchen. Purge your drawers. Get it out. This is all you need. I'm going to show you some things. Wonderful, the way to separate an egg, a white from a yolk, put it over the Spurtle, and the white goes right down, and the yolk just stays up there, and then you can just drop that in there and scramble that baby up like that. Unbelievable. Then avocados. These I love. These I use all the time. 1 scoop with the rounded edges. There you go. Your avocados out of the shell. And the last thing, the bane of my existence, empty peanut butter jars. They love peanut butter. This rounded spurtle, the edge, you can get almost the whole, you get everything out of that jar. 1 scoop, and you're on your sandwich and you're on your way. Is that beautiful? That makes me happy. They're made with this beautiful, premium, high-quality acacia wood. So right now we're offering buy 1, get 1 free deal. That means 4 and 4, which means if my daughter in her new apartment wants to take one, or my mother or my sister, it doesn't matter. So I want you to head to asadeals.com for this amazing, love it, exclusive offer.
Early.
Oh, we are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. Here are today's top stories.
30 people are shot in a mass shooting in South Baltimore. 14 of them are minors. Just ahead, we will have information on the manhunt now underway for the suspects.
This is insanity. This cannot be the society that we are expected to live in.
Senate President Bill Ferguson attending the latest news conference after yesterday's mass shooting. Still ahead, the president's message to the community and his plan moving forward.
Day number 2 of weather alert mode. We'll track those storms and how it could impact you today and for the 4th. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
All right, we are on weather alert mode this morning, and we're taking a live look across Maryland. But one thing people are wondering, will it impact their 4th of July celebrations?
Thank you for waking up with us on this Monday, July 3rd. You may have been out late last night watching some of the fireworks of the weekend, and it looks like the roads are wide open for you. I'm Tom Rogers.
Oh, yeah, they're probably relaxing in for that 4th of July holiday. And a good thing, meteorologist Justin Chambers here to let us know what we're looking at this afternoon.
You know, we had that shot up in the bottom left corner, showed a lot of sunshine out in Ocean City. People already out there on the boardwalk here this morning. You can see that shot right there. Yeah, that's what it looks like down the ocean right now. However, all of us not only here, but even there, are going to be dealing with the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms as we head later into the afternoon and evening. This is a look around the Towson area. We do have some of those clouds hanging around right now. The strong storms develop after about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we have about the next 4 or 5 hours to get whatever you want done outside. Damaging wind gusts and hail. These are when you want to be inside, when you get those push alerts on your Fox 45 mobile weather app. 74 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right now, 76 Rosedale, already into the lower 80s in Baltimore City, and we're on our way to the lower 90s. Probably hit those 90s by about noon today, and continuing to see those 90s as that daytime heat builds in. Moisture, instability in the atmosphere, all perfect things that we need in the recipe to build up those storms. So a high of 93 today, mid 70s tonight, still lower 90s tomorrow. Less of a chance of storms. It still is there for your 4th, but it does look better for 4th of July fireworks time. And we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
This is the problem with too many guns in too many hands of people that make life and death decisions.
We have to be better for us as Baltimore.
The shooting happened at a block party at the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood.
Shannon Lilly joining us from police headquarters to break down the case in the ongoing manhunt.
Well, as of this morning, that manhunt is still underway for those suspects. Police telling us they believe there are at least 2 suspects, but possibly more in this case. And so right here at City Police headquarters, officers certainly have their work cut out for them this morning. They're searching for those suspects, but also trying to determine a motive and whether or not the shooting was random or targeted. What we are learning now, though, more about the victims. Take a look right here at your screen. On the left, that's 20-year-old Kylis Fagbemi, and on the right, 18-year-old Alaya Gonzalez. Both were killed in this mass shooting in South Baltimore's Brooklyn section Sunday morning. Metro Crime Stoppers are now offering an $8,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest. Now, the other victims injured range in ages from 13 to 32. We are talking mostly teenagers who were shot here, 14 minors total. 9 victims are still in the hospital, with a couple in critical condition, according to Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley. Now, this barrage of gunfire erupted during a block party early Sunday morning. And look at this. Video circling on social media shows a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack.
I've seen the video. Anyone who has a gun it's in that area is a potential suspect.
We're not going to be dismayed by cowards that committed this mass shooting, and we're going to continue to remove those folks off the street. And as I said earlier, I hope these folks don't sleep well, because we're not going to sleep until we pull them off.
The mayor and acting police commissioner making those comments in a press conference yesterday evening. And in that conference, they are also urging the public, if you know anything, maybe you saw something, you should call police or the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
As we mentioned, 14 minors were hurt during the shooting, and now many are questioning Mayor Brandon Scott's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that's currently in place.
And you show me where the curfew's working at. Because I can tell you, as an EMT out here in Baltimore, I pick up more juveniles than I do adults. So don't let Brandon Scott fool you.
Well, Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Scott on his summer crime plan and whether or not he says it's working. He insists it is, and mass shootings like this are a societal issue.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
Now, Governor Wes Moore released a statement on the shooting, saying his heart breaks for the victims, their families, and the Baltimore community. The statement goes on to say, as a state, we will continue to do everything we can to prevent senseless acts of violence like the one we saw last night. The governor was not at yesterday's news conference, nor was anyone from his office. We did reach out to the governor's office asking why he wasn't in Baltimore yesterday and when we could expect him to be in the city. We've not yet heard back. It is important to note, though, the governor was part of a news conference in Annapolis last month, the day after 6 people were shot.
While Governor Moore was not at yesterday's conference, Senate President Bill Ferguson was, as the shooting happened in his district. He apologized to the victims in the community, saying that state lawmakers have done all they can to stop the violence.
We've done what we could at the state level to try and find ways for it to be harder to get guns into people's hands. But this is the problem with too many guns in too many hands of people that make life and death decisions. It is not okay. Something has to give.
You just heard the Senate president saying that lawmakers did what they could to find ways to make it more difficult for people to get guns at the state level. But during the last session, lawmakers only passing one law dealing with gun offenders. Several other bills, including the Repeat Violent Offender Act, never made it past committee. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dans pressing Ferguson on that.
We have a lot of laws on the books. We have a lot of places where somebody, if they're arrested, will be held accountable. From what I gathered and saw, somebody that is willing to carry around a gun and then shoot up 30 people or several individuals, whether or not there's a new law passed in Annapolis isn't stopping that decision.
Now, Olivia also pressed the Senate president on whether now is the time to call a special legislative session to address the crime crisis. He did not give us a straight answer.
What about an emergency session with the governor? Is that a possibility?
You know, I think it's still too early to know what exactly the circumstances are. What I know is that there were too many guns that were too accessible that led to 28, now 30 people having been shot. You know, we have to figure out what the facts are.
Giovanni Patterson, spokesperson, actually the founder for the community advocacy group Peace, says the fifth and largest mass shooting in Baltimore this year is reason enough for Governor Moore to call a special session to address gun and crime violence in Baltimore City.
If we look at the bills that were passed, nothing really addressed, the criminal element, right? People are doing this because they know they can.
Earlier this morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joined us live to weigh in on the latest developments, the ongoing violence after yesterday's mass shooting.
It's a moral crisis. It's a family crisis. It's an accountability. You know, the mayor's curfew would have never worked. They're only reacting to this crime. They're not stopping it.
You can watch the rest of the interview right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We were the first on the scene and online. Our team of reporters, including Rebecca Pryor and Vincent Hill, worked through the night to bring you the latest on this late breaking news. We're going to continue to stay on top of this story with all developments coming here on air and online. You can find our original reporting on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com. Earlier this year, we asked you if you think lawmakers should call a special session to tackle the crime crisis. 95% of voters said yes. Now we're asking again. Do you think Governor Wes Moore should call an immediate special session to combat violent crime? So far, 96% of voters say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Well, as we said earlier, we are in a weather alert mode this morning, and we could see some storms in our area later this afternoon.
That's right, and we want to get another check with your weather with meteorologist Justin Chambers and why we are in the red and weather alert, especially as we're looking to the 4th.
Yeah, exactly right. Tom Taylor, good morning to both of you. Some of us saw those storms that rolled through yesterday afternoon, which is why we are weather alert. Looks like we have a better chance of some more widespread storms for today. Now, we do have some cloud cover out there right now. That is going to help, but as those clouds erode and we get more of the daytime heating, that hot summer sun cooking up the atmosphere and cooking up the ground, we'll see a better chance of some of those storms developing into that strong to severe category. O's back on the road after getting the win yesterday, so they avoided the sweep. That is definitely good news. And you can see a lot of Oriole orange right here on your statewide temperature map. Mid to upper 70s and lower 80s is where we are for the eastern shore across the bay into Laurel at 75, 81 in Baltimore City right now. We're on our way to highs today in the upper 80s and lower 90s. So again, once we see that daytime heating, that's going to help to fuel some of those thunderstorms that will develop this afternoon. We'll take you hour by hour in our future scan, let you know exactly when those storms are going to roll through and what we can expect for fireworks tomorrow night. Back to you.
Adley Rutchinson headlines the first list of Orioles headed to the 2023 All-Star Game. That's coming up. The 3 others that are going to join him in Seattle for that Midsummer Classic just ahead.
Plus, our extensive coverage of this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore continues. Coming up in our next half hour, the action that needs to be taken moving forward, according to a spokesperson with a local group. And now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. You're taking a live look from the Bay Bridge, and all morning long, this is what the major roads around Baltimore look like. A couple little fender benders throughout the morning. They've been cleaned up very quickly with MDOT, and everyone is moving along just fine. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
4 guys going to the All-Star game after only having 1 for, this last stretch of years. So it's going to be a lot more fun to have more guys that I share the clubhouse with every day that I get to go and experience it with all of them. So it's well-deserved on their parts, and I'm excited to share it with them.
The Orioles sending 4 of their own to Major League Baseball's All-Star Game next week in Seattle. Last time the Orioles had multiple players selected to the American League All-Star roster was when they had 5 in 2016, their last, which was also their last playoff appearance. Hey, right? Keep the fingers crossed. All 4 players, first-time All-Stars for the Birds. We'll start with the headliner, catcher Adley Rutschman, who just missed out on fan votes to be named an American League starter after leading for some time in the poll. Then comes outfielder Austin Hayes. You just heard him right there, calling him the oldest member representing the O's this season at 27. Now to round out the group, the 2 best bullpen arms in the American League, reliever Yennier Cano and the one who shuts the door, Felix Bautista, both in just their second seasons pitching in the majors and both in their late 20s.
I think it shows that we have a lot of talented guys on this team, all guys who are deserving, and I think more so than anything, along with the talent, we just have a great group.
Again, all 4 first-time All-Stars, 3 of which are just in their second Major League season, being Rutschman and his 2 relief pitchers, Cano and Bautista. Hayes, the old man at 27, has been top 3 in American League batting average this season. Will be making the trip to Seattle as in the outfielder reserve. You can watch the All-Star Game right here on Fox 45. Catch the O's and all of your favorite Major League Baseball players in action Tuesday, July 11th. First pitch starts Tuesday night at 8.
Meanwhile, in Washington state, concerns are growing as a wildfire that's already damaged several homes and is threatening more structures is rapidly moving. The so-called Tunnel 5 fire started yesterday morning and has already charred about 125 acres and caused evacuation orders. The cause of the fire is under investigation as first responders are trying to get the blaze under control. And because of that dangerous weather, conditions like the ones going on in Washington state, thousands of passengers are trying to fly to their destinations and hitting a roadblock. The website FlightAware says at least 5,000 flights have experienced delays, while another 600 were canceled on Sunday. AAA has predicted travel during the holiday weekend will break records. More than 50 million people are expected to hit the roads or fly over the next few days. Today here, we are on weather alert mode as storms are expected to hit our region this afternoon, possibly lasting into your commute. Taking a live look now over the Inner Harbor, Deep Creek Lake, and Ocean City. Oh my goodness, so folks are already getting out there. And for the 4th of July holiday, we will keep you updated all morning long on air and online.
Well, now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And Justin, we're talking about less smoke today. Will that be back for our 4th?
I don't think the smoke's going to be an issue, Tom, but we saw that Deep Creek shot before you know there's going to be snow there.
What?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes.
I mean, come on, we get our pumpkin spice lattes, just relax.
Justin, we are, no. I want to enjoy summer all summer long.
I know. And don't worry, Taylor, you are in for a nice summer week because we've got temperatures all week long that will be in the lower 90s. It's going to be hot. It's going to be humid, hazy as well. Damaging wind and hail, however, and those strong storms today is why we are weather alert. These are strong summertime thunderstorms. We get into this typical weather pattern, and very similar to yesterday, after about 2-3 o'clock is when things are going to fire up. Now, the cloud cover out there right now is going to help, but as I mentioned earlier, as soon as these clouds break and we get some of that sun to really cook things up, that's when we have that unstable atmosphere and a better chance for storms to develop. We're already at 81 in Towson. Notice the dew point at 73 degrees. This is what I was talking about, the hot and humid kind of week ahead. Those dew point temps and the trend staying in the upper 60s and lower 70s for most of this week. So it will definitely feel like summer. You won't even be thinking about those PSLs yet. All right, here's our HD radar. Right now, we saw a few showers that rolled through just a little while ago. We've got the warm air out ahead of that cold front. So that frontal boundary is going to be coming through, and that's going to help to lift up a lot of the moisture. You get that towering cumulus cloud effect, and that's why we see the potential for thunderstorms. And the Storm Prediction Center Center hasn't changed. In fact, this is the latest update. All of us still here in yellow, basically just south of New York City, but all the way down the eastern seaboard to the Virginia area and Carolinas in that slight risk for severe weather. And that includes all of us here at home. When you get to slight and enhanced, that means there's a better chance of those storms developing, 2 out of 5 on that Storm Prediction Center scale. Now, over the next couple of hours, again, we're staying dry, so no issues if you have to get stuff done or if you want to do things outdoors between now and about 3 p.m. And then that's when those storms start rolling in, developing right there on the I-70 corridor, Frederick down into Gaithersburg, moving into the Baltimore region by about 4 p.m. With that, we'll see heavy rain, some damaging wind, possibly some hail, even a brief spin-up tornado. Can't rule that out here for this afternoon and even into the evening time. By about 6 o'clock, that atmosphere is going to get worked over, and so any of those leftover showers are probably just going to be that, just a few showers late this evening. So if you do have outdoor plans or any fireworks going on tonight, just know we may be able to get those in. Just during the day is why I want everybody to stay weather aware, especially with those strong wind gusts. You get those damaging wind gusts. We saw a lot of trees that were down yesterday, those damages that we saw from the storms, and we're expecting those storms to be as strong, if not stronger, for today. Upper 80s and lower 90s across central Maryland for your high temperatures today. Those 90s continue for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Heading down the ocean, mid 80s in Ocean City for today. Temperature tracker looks like this. We'll keep those 90s going through Friday this week, staying above average, and then a little bit cooler as we head into this upcoming weekend, but still upper 80s is what we're looking at. This is our updated look at our future scan. So here comes the cold front. These storms developing, as I mentioned, 4, 5, 6 p.m. It's going to be the prime time for those storms. Then that cold front moves out of here. Tomorrow, for the most part, we're dry. Again, you can see a couple of little green blobs, maybe a pop-up storm, but that's about it. By tomorrow night, we're drying out nicely. And then as we head to Wednesday and Thursday, we'll continue that trend of keeping the storms at bay, just giving you the daytime heating and also that humidity. Here's that 7-day forecast. Weather alert today, keeping those lower 90s through the end of the week, and then another chance for a couple of pop-up storms as we head into Saturday and Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. And if you see any storms, take a picture or video. We want to see exactly what you're seeing, and we want you to send them our way. Scan the QR code on your screen, and we'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Now to your Len Stiller Traffic Network, a live look at some of the cameras here across the Baltimore region. We usually see a lot more volume this time of hour, but not much to report. Get out and be able to freely move this morning. A live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham. He's on the Beltway now, the inner loop of I-97 in Halethorpe, where everything there smooth sailing so far this morning. The battle of the buns is on. Hamburgers or hot dogs still to come, where Maryland stands on this long-standing 4th of July trend.
G&H Custom Workshop. We've been making stuff all morning long. Coming up, polymer clay jewelry. Yes, that's all coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Try something new this summer and find a new passion. It is so Baltimore.
Yeah, whether it's cooking or crafting, you can discover it all at G&H Workshop.
That's right. Mark Clark is out there live at the workshop, and he's been getting crafty.
That's right. I got Haley here. We're about to make some jewelry, right, Haley?
Yes, indeed. So I'm going to jump you right into the middle of the process, if that's okay with you.
Hop me in.
This is the decorating part. It's my most favorite part. So what we're going to do is we're going to gently slide this gold leaf onto the polymer clay. Now, polymer clay is super awesome. Yep, slide it on so it's covers about the middle there.
Oh Lord. Oh, Lord.
That's okay. We just turn it and we use this side. There you go.
Thanks.
Oh,
thanks,
of course.
Haley.
And we're gonna rub it down gently with our finger. And if it cracks, that's okay. It's more of like an antiqued look, right?
Okay.
So we're gonna gently tap it down with our finger and rub it a little bit. Perfect. Now we have these cutters here to make our earrings, and these are what the finished earrings are gonna look like. A little color block with some gold foil.
Okay.
And so you just place the earring cutter right on the polymer clay. And I like to place it so that there's about half polymer clay and half gold leaf. And then you're just gonna gently press down. There you go. And then you're just gonna pull it up. And you'll see the imprint of, there you go.
Voila.
And to put the hole in the top, to attach it to this top piece, you just take your little cutter and put a hole about 1/8 of an inch from the top right here. Just like that.
Well, it looks like my wife's going to have a nice little gift this morning.
I agree. Perfect. And that's
just like that.
It is that easy.
And so these are some of the amazing earrings you made before?
Yes. So
and again, we learned something new.
So I'm teaching a workshop here this Friday at G&H Workshop.
Oh, it's going down.
And you can learn how to make your own polymer clay jewelry.
So this is a great idea. Taylor, I know you love earrings. This is a way to save some money and have your own.
Look, I love earrings and I do love saving money. So we're going to have all of that information on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Thanks, Mark.
Continuing our coverage into the mass shooting that happened in South Baltimore over the weekend. Just ahead, the concerns that this is bringing up about how leaders are dealing with crime in the city.
And we are weather alert this morning with severe thunderstorms moving into the region later today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the timeline of the storms and how they could impact 4th of July plans. 9:26, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Today, we are weather alert as storms expected to hit the region this afternoon, possibly lasting into your evening commute. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor you see right there on the right-hand side, then Towson on the bottom, and in the middle, Ocean City. As you have beachgoers out there as we're tracking our next weather maker and our Weather Authority radar. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long into your evening and stay up to date on how the storms are expected to develop.
Good Monday morning to you. It is July 3rd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about the forecast. And a lot of people had fireworks this weekend, but what about tomorrow night?
Yeah, that's the big question everybody wants to know. And it's looking good for tomorrow night, even though we've got to get through our weather alert day today. I just showed you a little while ago how there was sun out in Ocean City. Now there's storms are just to the south of Ocean City. And we've got sunshine here in Baltimore City, looking out over the Inner Harbor, a mix of sun and clouds at this time. It's already warm. Checking the right-hand side of your screen, a lot of us in the upper 70s and even lower 80s. But we're tracking those strong storms through the afternoon, damaging wind gusts and hail anywhere between about 2 and 7 p.m. And check out some of these numbers. 83 Salisbury, 81 in Baltimore. It's already up to 69 in Cumberland and 82 in Richmond. Now, we're going to see highs today that will climb to the upper 80s and lower 90s for a lot of us. Heat and humidity combined with a little bit of instability in the atmosphere. All of those things help to fire up those storms. And the next 3 days, temps stay in the lower 90s, even though we have a chance for an isolated storm tomorrow afternoon. A lot less than what we're looking for today, and by tomorrow evening also looking good. And we'll take a closer look at all of that coming up in a few.
This tragic incident is another glaring, unfortunate example of the deep issues of violence in Baltimore and Maryland and this country, and particularly gun violence and the access to illegal guns.
Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the families, friends, this community, and our city as a whole.
This morning in a city in crisis, police are searching for the suspects responsible for this weekend's mass shooting in South Baltimore. 30 people shot, leaving 2 of them dead.
We want this shooting to be treated just as it happened in rural America. We want everyone to come forward and say, treat this if it was your daughter, your son, your brother, your cousin that was out here shot at this event.
I came here in 1992. And it's too much. It's too much.
This community has been hurting for a long time, a long time.
Well, as we continue our ongoing coverage of this weekend's mass shooting hitting the Brooklyn Homes neighborhood.
This is what we know right now. 30 victims here, 8 ranging in age from 13 to 32. 14 of them are juveniles under the age of 18. The 2 killed, 18-year-old Alea Gonzalez and 20-year-old Kailis Bagbemi.
9 victims still in the hospital this morning.
Police believe at least 2 people opened fire at that party when they have not released any information, though, about a possible suspect. Authorities are asking anyone with video or information about the shooting to call police. Metro Crime Stoppers is now offering an $8,000 reward.
Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brandon Scott and other leaders for answers.
Shannon Lilly joins us now with the latest on the ongoing search for the shooters.
Right now, that manhunt is underway for the people responsible. Police telling us they believe at least 2 suspects are involved in this case, but possibly even more. First, though, we want to get you straight to this video that's now circling on social media. You can see right there a young boy at the party pulling a gun out of his backpack. Well, Acting Police Commissioner Rich Worley says he's seen the video, and anyone in the area with a gun is a potential suspect. But this video and the number of minors that were hurt during this mass shooting has many questioning the mayor's summer crime plan and the youth curfew that he put in place. Keep in mind that the shooting happened around 12:30 a.m. after midnight, which is well into curfew hours. The mayor, though, insisting mass shootings like these are less about the plan in place and more of a societal issue, especially with access to illegal guns. On the other hand, though, I spoke with former federal prosecutor Thiru Vignarajah this morning, and he says city leaders need to step up. Listen to those 2 different perspectives.
We actually need our leaders to step up and acknowledge that they're dropping the ball. Instead of pointing the problem at national gun violence, instead of pretending like Baltimore Baltimore's story is the same as every other city's. No, it's not true. We're worse. We're doing worse. And they need to understand that we need to actually enforce the laws. We need to have a dramatically different approach.
This is not about whether the police department or MONSE or our federal partners or folks who are working to reduce violence are doing their job every day. This is about people who cowardly decide to come to a celebration and shoot it up. Let's call this what it is. Let's not make this into some political dog whistle.
And again, police are asking anyone with information to come forward, to give them a call or call the Metro Crime Stoppers. We know these tips are crucial. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
The Baltimore City Police Union tweeting about this shooting, writing just 7 officers were patrolling the Southern District when it happened. FOP goes on to write 10 years ago, that number would have been 20. Tweet also calls on Mayor Scott to create a retention and recruitment plan to bring in more officers. The department is nearly 500 officers short.
Now, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley addressed the FOP's comments during a news conference on Sunday. He says the department is looking into it. Meanwhile, former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison appeared on CNN yesterday afternoon. He says he's never seen anything like this during his 4 years in Baltimore City.
I was, like most people, shocked and horrified at this horrific event. When you think about it, 30 people shot at a block party that had upwards of 100, maybe 200 or 300 people. That's very, very horrific and likely the most violent, the largest and most deadly and violent mass shooting the city has seen, certainly in recent years. Begin to ask myself, although I'm transitioning out, the acting commissioner is in the role, the very same questions about police presence and what was known, when it was known, and how could police not have known? And all of those questions, I believe the acting commissioner is asking right now.
Well, during the news conference, Mayor Scott mentioned homicides and non-fatal shootings are down compared to last year. But when you look at the crime trends over the last few years, we're seeing similar numbers. In fact, take a look at them. Mass shooting puts Baltimore on pace with non-fatal shootings at this time in 2021. 37 more people have been hurt in shootings than this time in 2020. Now, the number of homicides are lower so far this year, but former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says, sadly, that might not hold.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Now, local and state leaders are reacting to this mass shooting. City State Attorney Ivan Bates saying in a statement, while his thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, we need more than thoughts and prayers. The statement goes on to say we need policy change in Maryland, particularly in Baltimore. He says we need, quote, a policy that helps us hold violent repeat offenders accountable and reduces the number of illegal firearms in our communities.
Former Mayor Sheila Dixon also weighing in, stating, quote, while no amount of planning could have prevented such a horrific act from occurring, it further highlights the need for responsible leadership that takes ownership of their failures as much as their successes.
Community leaders are now calling for more to be done to curb crime in the city. The group Peace says leaders need to do more to make the city safer again and need to be held accountable.
We talk about, hopes and prayers and things like that, but you're right. What we need is action. And so what we are doing is calling on the governor to call a special session. Because of all the statements that I saw from politicians, the only one who included a piece of action was Ivan Bates, the state's attorney. In his statement, he specifically called for legislation that has been introduced and failed to pass regarding repeat violent offenders and making the possession of a handgun a felony, an illegal handgun. Those are two things that were brought before the legislature, and even Baltimore City politicians rejected it.
You can watch the rest of this interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News was first on the scene and online. Stay up to date with the latest developments on this investigation and catch our latest reporting on this mass shooting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
It's official. Recreational marijuana is legal in the state of Maryland. After the break, the changes you need to be aware of.
And we are on weather alert today as severe storms move through our region this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking down your timeline and what to expect for the 4th. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Continuing coverage this morning, recreational marijuana is now legal in Maryland.
That's right. Cannabis shops saw some long lines on the first day weed was legalized on Saturday. The law allows users to have 1.5 ounces of weed, but more than that is not allowed. Plus, some people convicted of simple possession can get those charges cleared from their records.
This is a simple petition process where you can file directly with the court to have this case removed. Normally, there was a 3-year waiting period, but that's no longer the case for marijuana possession charges.
If you want your pot charge expunged, you can reach out to the public defender's office or Maryland Legal Aid for getting some help to get it off your record.
Tomorrow, 4th of July, fireworks will be lighting up the skies all across Charm City. Still ahead, the details you need to know to be part of all the fun and festivities.
But first, do you want to be a top-notch runner? After the break, the importance of strength training for your need to find some speed. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
.945 strength training is an essential supplement to a runner's road work because it strengthens muscles and joints, which can improve the race times, decrease injury risk too. That's the big one. If you want to perform to your full potential, you need to take a comprehensive approach to running. Don't follow me. In fact, joining us this morning, Jen Wall from Brick Bodies, and you are a runner.
I am a runner.
You also enjoy fitness.
I love fitness.
Yeah. I mean, you call yourself a runner, though, first. When I was asking what you do, you're like, well, I'm a runner, and I'm also a personal trainer.
Yeah, so, but, you know, I found out through my own injuries or whatever, because classic runners kind of open the door and out they go. Right. But bad knees tend to kind of be the sacrificial thing if we're not incorporating strength training.
Okay.
So strength training to actually build the muscles that help us support our runs and performance. Speed is important to some runners, not to others, whatever, but we definitely want to make sure that we're conditioned hip flexors, glutes, and quads. So we're going to talk about that today.
So hip flexors, really, you start seeing that. And you know what? It's funny because there's a lot of professional athletes now that are starting to do training, and they're doing it now for young kids because the hip flexors are one of the biggest issues with injuries with any kind of sport. So not just runners.
Absolutely. People definitely neglect the hip flexors. So easy thing, brought some loop bands today, and these are fabric ones. These are nice because they don't roll up. A lot of people complain about rolling up.
Or the guys with the hair on their legs get them. If you've ever been to a gym and you had that happen, it'll will rip you out really nice and clean right there, those rubber ones.
So hip flexors,
Yeah.
mobility,
Okay.
stability. So easy thing, you just want to kind of open up that wide stance, resistance on that band, and you can just walk it side to side.
How far out are you trying to go? Are you trying to go and stretch it all the way out as much as
You
possible?
want to stretch against so that you're at maximum stretch on that band.
Okay.
And this is a light band today or whatever, but you can do definite resistance to make it harder, and then you just kind of walk back. So that's a good fire-up tool for those hip flexors.
And then how long do you do that?
Maybe like 3 sets of like 20 steps each direction.
Okay.
And
3 steps,
that's
20
good.
one way, 20 back. That's one round. Do that 2 more
Correct.
times. You're good.
Yep.
Sounds good. All right.
Next up, those glutes.
Yeah.
Glutes are important, and that they impact our movement patterns, our gait, our positioning, our form. So I'm going to come down on the mat today to demonstrate a clam. So when we do a clam, much like the clam shell, we want to kind of take those feet, hinge those together, keep those locked in. You can come down on your elbow, and you're just going to open up and close. The biggest thing is when you close, you want to keep resistance on that band.
How is this different, though, when you're
open
here
and shut.
doing that, spreading them out? It seems, how is that different there? How does that
It's
impact
different
it?
because it's going to hit those glute muscles.
All right.
And the nice thing about that is it's going to hit, we have 3 muscles on our glutes. Most people think about the maximus, but the medius and the minimus are important, so the clam really kind of hits those.
Sounds good. Last one.
And last one's going to be quads. Quads are our propellers, our engines.
Yeah.
That's why I like to think about those. And just, you can use yourself, walking lunges. Just coming forward.
Yeah, they're the easy ones.
Right.
You know, you do the
And then you
lunge,
can kinda
and then
take
you're
it
like,
back.
all right, I've done 4 or
Right.
5. You go, no, you have to, how many should we do?
So again, I would probably stick with, know yourself, whatever, but probably 3 sets, about 20 is probably a good starting point.
Jen Wall with Brick Body showing us how to stabilize and avoid injury if you are going to run, or maybe you're just starting about running. All those exercises will help you build up right there. Thank you so much. We
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Happy 4th.
Happy 4th.
Well, you heard it. Tomorrow, Independence Day, and the Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, the BS Show and Waterfront Partnership, they're teaming up to host a 4th of July celebration with festivities that include a picnic at West Shore Park. That starts at 3 tomorrow, and a BSO concert at the Harbor Place Amphitheater at 8:30. Those fireworks go off at 9:15. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor in Towson this morning as we track our next weather maker. Our Weather Authority radar today, we're on weather alert mode as those storms are expected to hit the region this afternoon and possibly last into your commute home. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News all morning and tonight to stay up to date on how the storm is going to develop.
Now, a lot of people are like, well, you know what? We said that we were going to have weather alert. We're going to experience all these storms, and they didn't see anything while somebody maybe just 5 to 10 miles away. Unbelievable. And you saw the winds, the rains, the lightning.
I definitely heard it yesterday. I got caught outside in the grocery store. So, meteorologist Justin Chambers, when could we expect that weather to strike?
Well, right there, the timing. That's what we've been talking about all morning, guys. We're talking after about 2 or 3 o'clock is when these storms are going to start to fire. Looks to be a little bit more widespread today than those isolated storms we saw that were strong at times. In fact, caused some wind damage, knocked down some trees and power lines in certain spots across Baltimore, Anne Arundel, and even Queen Anne's County yesterday. But the hail is going to be picking up today, and an isolated threat for a brief spin-up tornado. So all of that is on the table for what we're experiencing today. You can see the hazy conditions out there from our Towson camera right now. Also, our temperatures are already heating up. 81, your current air temperature. The dew point temperature in the lower 70s, and we always talk about dew points in the 70s. That typically means we've got the stuff there, the recipe, the ingredients for those thunderstorms to develop. And that dew point trend is going to stay in the 70s as we take you through the rest of this week. So it will be a hot and muggy, very July-like week for the first week of July. Here's that HD radar right now. We saw a few showers that rolled through earlier this morning, even a couple of thunderstorms out toward the eastern shore. That cold front is going to be moving into this very favorable environment for these storms to develop. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center has millions of Americans under that yellow or that slight risk for severe weather, 2 on a level of on a scale of 1 to 5. So level 2 out of 5 on our Storm Prediction Center outlook. And that's the entire area here in central Maryland, all of us across the 95 corridor, Chesapeake region, eastern shore, and to the west as well. Now, this is our hourly future scan, very latest update here. And again, we look to stay dry through about 3 p.m. So you're good to go between now and 3, but you're going to already start to see those big towering cumulus clouds come up over the mountains, move right over the area here in that 4 o'clock region, that 95 and 83 corridor. And then through 5 p.m., continuing to see more of those showers and storms that could get a little bit out of control. Heading to about 6 p.m., notice some of you in the north and the west are not going to see anything, but to the south, a little bit stronger of those storms. All of that should move out of here between about 8 and 9 p.m. May see a few leftover scattered showers and even a rumble of thunder or two into the evening tonight. So very typical summer-like weather pattern, but still something we don't want to mess around with. That's why we're in weather alert, to make sure that you stay weather alert and weather aware today. So lower 80s here this hour, golfers, and if you want to get out through about noon, even in the 1 and 2 o'clock hour, you should be good to go. You just got to make sure to plan to get off the course when those storms roll in. So your 7-day forecast, even for the 4th, is not looking too bad tomorrow. We have that potential of an isolated storm tomorrow afternoon, but tomorrow evening for the fireworks, it is looking good, and then we'll keep those 90s, but less of a chance of storms through the rest of the week.
Stay with our Fox 45 News team. Our team of meteorologists will track the storms throughout the day here. Chief Meteorologist Jonathan Myers is going to track that system for your evening commute.
This is why not everyone loves roller coasters. Somebody was sitting there watching it go by. A lucky spotting at an amusement park may have averted a disaster and saved multiple lives. Amusement park goer at the Carowinds, North Carolina, spots a crack in the support pillar to the Fury 325 Giga roller coaster. After reporting it, the park shut the ride down for repairs. Take a look at how much this ride moves. When the ride turns the corner, the top right of the pillar can be seen shifting. You see it right there, that crack right there? Yeah, a report also says someone called 911 about that crack. The Fury 325 is billed as America's tallest, fastest, and longest Giga coaster, reaching 95 miles per hour with an 81-degree drop. Tomorrow marks the end of the 4th of July weekend, extended weekend, and the battle for the bun is on. According to Instacart, there are some regional trends when Americans are celebrating their 4th of July cookouts. See the map right there. When it comes to hamburgers or hot dogs, 30 states plus Washington, D.C. buy hot dogs as their matching buns the most, right? So hot dogs went out in 30 plus states, and you can see Maryland is on the side of that battle, mainly the Northeast, South, and Upper Pacific. Maybe we're not going to show the map anymore. In Northwest are taking the burger side. So, yeah, you saw that, the red and the yellow right there. So there it is right there. The red is the hot dogs, the yellow, the burgers. All right, yeah, Yeah, battle of the buns right there. All right, we are weather alert today. You just heard meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the risk of severe storms and how it may impact your 4th of July plans, whether it's a hot dog or a hamburger kind of day, in his exclusive 10-day forecast.
All right, here's your 10-day forecast. We are weather alert today, guys. We're tracking those storms, especially as we head into the afternoon. Lower 90s continuing through this week. Less of a chance of storms tomorrow and into Friday, and then we do pick up another round of storms for the weekend. However, upper 80s. So, again, temperatures very summer-like. You got to watch for those storms. Be very careful today.
All right. Well, not bad for the 4th.